What's going on, guys? Never on time, but never late. Astrolarius, Black Hole Radio. As always, so much news. We're going to be jumping around a bit and just hanging out and chatting. This morning's stream had some interesting conversations. I would like to revisit them. I'm hoping to get some more people in here to chit chat with, you know? We were talking about Antifa this morning, what it stands for, whether or not it should be considered an organization, whether or not it's good or bad, and yeah, we kind of got cut short this morning, but hopefully tonight's not like that. We could talk about some stuff. Right now, there's a lot of news. Like I said, there always is a lot of news, right? UK, there was an attack. We're gonna cover that, just kind of catch up a bit. I think just an hour ago, if that, there was a explosion in California at an oil refinery, I believe. That's kind of crazy. We might circle around to that. As always, we're gonna have some not so pressing, divisive, serious issues, such as Emma Watson and J.K. Rowling, their little back and forth as of recent. So a little bit everything. I might play some Fallout. Maybe I'll play some. I can't decide yet. I've been like scrolling through games because I haven't got to gaming on here in a while, and by a while I mean 3 or 4 days. I pulled up StarCraft, but I don't know if we're doing StarCraft. I don't know. Maybe we can make it to Fallout, but we'll see. But lock in, get your drink. I'm sipping on a few things, but one of those things is coffee. Try to keep my energy up here for y'all. Bam. Do you have the coffee cup? Are you guys sipping out of the Black Hole Radio? Listen, if you've been sucked in here with me, you might as well, you know, be sipping on or out of the same vessel, right? All right, it's enough shilling for the whole entire stream, guys. I might throw chat on the screen. It's hit or miss these days, though. Sometimes chat goes up, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with YouTube or Streamlabs, or I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is. They gotta get it figured out. Anyway, hope y'all are having a fantastic day, fantastic night, fantastic afternoon. I don't know where y'all are coming from. We had a lot of Aussies in here this morning, or I guess it'd be yesterday at this point. And well, I was learning about the indigenous animals of Australia. It was very cool. The lyrebird. It seems mystical or something. So whatever time it is for you, I hope you're having a good day. As you know, we're just orbiting a black hole, so time just... it's just not the same over here, you know? But that's why I say, you know, I'm never really late. Never really late. I hate starting off on such such sad, abrasive, violent stories, especially coming off of such chill music, right? It'd be nice if we could just have a stream just like this the whole day, you know? Maybe we'll do that sometime. We're just gonna have a happy stream one of these days where we just kind of politics, news, back burner, okay? I guess those are my gaming streams, right? And when we do like the paranormal stuff and whatnot. But the first stuff we were gonna jump into is the attack in the UK. I don't know too much about it. I've caught some stuff, but I wanted to just wait until I got on here because, well, if I watch everything when I'm not on here, then I never make it to get on here because I've been sitting around watching stuff. So, as you just saw, I hit my face against this, which you will see me do 1,000 more times. I don't know why. I think I've just lost my depth perception. That's beside the point, though. If you guys enjoy the vibe at any point in time, Double tap the like button. Or the screen. Don't double tap the like button because that likes it, unlikes it. But you know what? Hey, do you. I don't care. Alright, this might be a good... Oh, good segue here. So, jumping into the UK attack, let's see what's going on over there. Across the pond, as it were. As always, if there's people in the UK, drop the flag in chat. I love when people drop the flags of their country in chat. It kind of gives me an idea of where everybody's coming from.
On the most holy day of the year for those of Jewish faith, what twisted belief has led the suspect on the ground to make them a target?
Get back! If you're not involved, move back! Get away! Somebody stay with casualties! Everybody else! He has a ball! Go away!
He's got a bob on him!
He's already driven a car at people outside the synagogue.
Real quick, as always, we gotta pull up our sources here. So right now, this is ITV News. Not super familiar with this source. You know, I'm kind of new to the European, politics and everything in general. So there's a lot of sources that I'm somewhat fresh to. But I always like to show where we're getting our info from for each video and each thing that we kind of consume together here. So there you go.
Crumpsall and attacked others with a knife. At least one victim is still lying on the ground. Now police take no chances given his third potential weapon, the suspected bomb around his waist.
Whoa.
The gunshots proved fatal, but so did his attack. 2 victims dead, 4 others injured. Here you can see the suspect's face. He's been named tonight as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. Behind him, we've blurred the worshippers in the windows. For all the attackers' efforts to take more lives, security staff likely saved them by stopping him from getting inside the synagogue. As others were taken to safety, who tonight still can't get...
I've heard some synagogues have security. Is that true?
...back into their homes.
I mean, it makes sense in some ways, but it also is a little odd to me because I generally don't see security around churches, which I'm like more familiar with, though I don't frequent church or anything necessarily, but...
Initially seeing a guy stood on the top of the stairs, and then as the police have approached, they've run into the gate of the synagogue, outside the vicinity though, but inside the gate, shot him straight away.
It was hours before police could get near the suspect to identify him. First, bomb disposal teams had to be called in, before what sounded like a controlled explosion. In this picture, you can see a knife lying near the attacker's head, with the suspected bomb to his right. Just one clue as to his motive.
This attack has been officially declared as a terrorist incident, and the investigation is now being led by counter-terrorist police. As has been confirmed by CT policing, we believe that the identity of the offender has been established, but until we are certain of this fact, it is premature to set out this detail at this juncture.
We captured what appeared to be further arrests in the surrounding streets. Police have confirmed they've detained 3 more suspects. This part of Manchester is home to Britain's second largest Jewish population, but it's home to other communities too. As in many cities, the relations, the potential tensions between them have been a cause of acute concern in recent years. The fear that global events could make people local targets of hatred. This afternoon, the Prime Minister flew home from a European summit in Denmark to chair an emergency meeting and reassure the Jewish community.
To every Jewish person in this country, I'm
only pausing there because I was going to start with that, I think.
Good evening. Earlier today, on Yom Kippur, the holiest day for the Jewish community, a vile individual committed a terrorist attack that attacked Jews because they are Jews, and attacked Britain because of our values. So many Jewish families first came to this country as a place of refuge, fleeing the greatest evil ever inflicted on a people. And Britain welcomed them. Communities like the one attacked in Manchester provided safety, but also the security that comes from a promise that this is a country that stands up to hatred, and that we don't just provide refuge, we provide a home. For so many Jewish families, that is the story of Britain. But Britain is also a country where Jewish buildings, synagogues, even schools require round-the-clock protection, where dedicated specialist security is necessary because of the daily threat of anti-Semitic hatred. Today's horrific incident shows why. And while this is not a new hate, this is something Jews have always lived with, we must be clear. It is a hatred that is rising once again, and Britain must defeat it once again. On behalf of the nation, I want to offer my condolences to the families and victims affected. I want to thank the Greater Manchester Police, the first responders, and those dedicated security specialists. There is no doubt whatsoever that they have prevented an even greater tragedy, and we thank them for their bravery. But to every Jewish person in this country, I also want to say this. I know how much fear you will be holding inside of you. I really do. And so, on behalf of our country, I express my solidarity, but also my sadness that you still have to live with these fears. Nobody should have to do that. Nobody. And so I promise you that I will do everything in my power to guarantee you the security that you deserve, starting with a more visible police presence protecting your community. I promise you that over the coming days, you will see the other Britain, the Britain of compassion, of decency, of love. And I promise you that this Britain will come together to wrap our arms around your community and show you that Britain is a place where you and your family are safe, secure, and belong.
So that was the Prime Minister's address. This is after the synagogue attack. They're calling it a terror attack. What's going on, Dean? I take it you don't like the Prime Minister. Nop, what do we watch? Oh, yeah, no, that's what we're watching. So that was coming from Sky News here. I just want to circle back, though, to the video, because the video...
I also want to say this.
Was a little bit more substantive.
I know I still have...
Now we could skip ahead since we just watched the address here.
Yom Kippur is a time of repentance.
Someone said England is a lost cause. Yo, drop the flag if you guys are over there. The UK is like the third largest demographic here. I'm surprised by how many of y'all kick it in the black hole. But I love getting your guys' perspective on things.
For Jewish people of confessing sins. But as they worship in Crumpsall tonight, who will atone for the violence committed against them?
Well, Ben's here with me now. He's been following the latest on the police investigation this evening. And Ben, we've had quite a lot of information in the past hour or so. What more have we learned?
Yeah, really substantial update from counter-terrorism policing in the last hour or so. Confirmation of the identity of the attacker, of course, the most significant detail. Police say although formal identification hasn't taken place, they do believe that he is this 35-year-old man, Jihad al-Shami. They say he is a British citizen of Syrian descent. We understand from what we've been able to find out about him that his family have lived in Greater Manchester for more than 30 years. Police have been seen searching his family home this evening. We understand he is a father. He appears to have worked as a tutor, teaching English and computer programming. We also understand his father is a trauma surgeon who has worked in war zones for a variety of aid agencies. Now, police say from what they know at the moment, there is no record of any previous referrals to the government's anti-radicalisation programme, Prevent. Meanwhile, tonight, police have confirmed they have 3 3 further suspects in custody. That's 2 men in their 30s and a woman in her 60s. They've been arrested on the suspicion of commission, preparation and instigation of acts of terrorism. We've also had some more information about the injuries suffered by those who are still in hospital. They are 3 men. We're told 1 suffered a stab wound, 1 was hit by the car. The third, police say, took himself to hospital with an injury that they believe may have been suffered when officers stopped the attacker, but they haven't confirmed the nature of that injury. Still a huge amount of police presence and activity, not least here, of course, but also at 2 other locations, including the one we saw pictures of just now, that are linked to those arrests tonight.
All right, Ben, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, because of the day, the holy day of Yom Kippur includes withdrawing from the outside world. Many Jewish people have been out of touch with mainstream or social media. Only with nightfall and reconnection has the news from here reached some. If the attacker's intention was to divide and provoke, he looks to have achieved the opposite. There's been universal condemnation of his attack and indeed a coming together of the many strands of society in this great and multicultural city.
After a day spent without mobile phones or digital devices, many Jews emerged from prayer this evening unaware of the horrors that had unfolded at a nearby synagogue. Mark Levy's father was inside when the offender launched his attack.
I found out when my phone started going extremely busy. Ordinarily, Jewish people will not use their phone on this day. Immediately you worry about your family.
Was your father actually in the synagogue when it happened?
He was in the synagogue when it happened.
Yom Kippur is the most holy day in the Jewish calendar, and Rafi Bloom was one of hundreds heading to the synagogue for worship.
I had a phone call from a friend of mine to say there's been a terrorist attack at our synagogue. Stay away, make sure you call your wife and your children and grandchildren and tell them to stay away.
How is the Jewish community in Manchester feeling today?
Scared, terrified, and it's making the overwhelming majority of us question whether we have a future in this country for ourselves, for our children and our grandchildren.
He tells me how every Jewish school, every synagogue already has security, and those patrols have now been stepped up.
We're the only faith community in the UK that is required or that needs to have that, and that in and of itself tells a story. As a community, we've been expecting this for 2 years, but still when it happens, that sense of shock and fear is palpable.
But Manchester is a city that's been shaken by terror before and stood defiant. And today its people wrap themselves in blankets and each other.
Greater Manchester will never stand aside when one of our communities is attacked. We ask everyone to show solidarity to the Jewish community this weekend.
And while the shock continues to sink in, Simon, who's just 16, says we must look to the future.
I think if anything, it will make the community stronger and pull us together even more, and it will show that every time we get knocked down, we'll come back up.
And in every corner of this community...
Sorry, y'all, I'm like, I don't know, just looking in the UK here on X, trying to catch up on your guys's, what you guys got going on over there. I have some questions for anybody in the UK in chat.
Togetherness is clear to see. Amy Welch, News at 10, Crumpsall.
And Robert joins me now from Downing Street. And Robert, we've heard the Prime Minister saying quite a lengthy address this evening that he will do everything in his power to guarantee security for Britain's Jewish communities. But what does that actually mean in the coming days in practice?
Well, he wants to show solidarity with the community. He and his wife, I understand, were at synagogue at Shul this evening. She is of Jewish origin. I'll tell you a little bit about what they decided at the Cobra meeting. That's the meeting of senior ministers, which takes place when there is an emergency of this sort. One of the things they were intent on doing is put out as much information about the murderer as quickly as possible to prevent the kind of absolutely toxic conspiracy theories we saw after the terrible Southport atrocities. Now, they have said that we've had a sort of background briefing which says that the man we know was a British national of Syrian descent. I think the relevant people in terms of this very heated immigration debate is he entered the UK as a very small child, granted British citizenship in 2006 as a minor. So those are some of the sort of basic facts that our politicians will be grappling with. The other thing they decided at Cobra was to significantly increase the police presence at synagogues, but also strikingly at mosques, because they are fearful of far-right retaliations on the Muslim community. There is a bit of a worry about the police being stretched. There is a rally in London in support of the prescribed Palestine Action Group, a group classified as terrorists, and there will have to be a large police presence there as well. Then there is this issue signalled by the Prime Minister, but also that I talked to a number of other members of his cabinet about, which is how does the government combat the rise of anti-Semitism? And when you talk to ministers, it's not as though they haven't been aware of it, but the sort of gravity of it seemed to me as only really dawned on them. One of them talked to me about how we are seeing this across the world. We've seen a rise in violence against Jews in America, in Canada, across Europe. One of the things, as a Jew, that I pointed out to a couple of ministers is there is this elision, this conflation in many people's minds between Jews and Israelis, and somehow Jews are regarded as supporters of Netanyahu and what he's doing in Gaza. And this is a form of anti-Semitism. And the thing I think that we have to sort of bear in mind, we've seen this awful rise of violence against Jews. We've also seen the terrible actions of Putin in Ukraine. We haven't seen a wave of attacks on Russians outside, in the rest of the world. So, governments everywhere are failing to grapple with or deal with this new wave of anti-Semitism. I heard fine words from ministers tonight, but not yet anything that even feels like a plan.
OK, Robert, from Downing Street, thank you very much indeed.
There weren't really celebrations, though, right? See, I can't... That's why I hate breaking news stuff, I don't know what to trust out there, especially, it's coming from a country I'm not from. I don't know what you guys got going on. So it's harder for me to decipher or sift through, what's real and what's fake.
As the Prime Minister made clear, police have been placed on duty outside synagogues across the country. Reassurance, perhaps, but the shock and fear that has seized this part of Manchester has spread to Jewish communities far from here. It seems a dread that the divisions of the Middle East would end up imported here has come to pass.
Tonight, a Jewish community already on...
Yo, see, Carol, I don't know about that. What's going on? Good to see you.
...edge, now confronting its deepest anxiety, with synagogues across Britain forced to tighten security. Visible, unsettling reminders of a threat felt nationwide.
I'm feeling devastated. I'm feeling appalled. I'm feeling scared. I'm speaking to friends and family across the UK. I know that those sentiments and feelings are replicated in many Jewish communities across the country. People that think, like myself, it could have been me. I went to synagogue today on a number of different occasions, and it could have happened at my synagogue.
For many, today's attack is the culmination of a pattern of abuse and hate crime they feel has been intensifying since October the 7th, 2 years ago. Latest figures from the organisation which monitors anti-Semitism in the UK show in 2023, the same year as the Hamas attacks, it recorded nearly 4,300 anti-Jewish hate incidents, a record high. More than 3,500 were recorded in 2024, a trend that continued this year, with over 1,500 reported in just the first 6 months of 2025.
For the Jewish community, today's events in Manchester are their worst fears realised. That a rise in anti-Semitism has now given way to a violent terrorist attack against them.
This is the kind of terrorist attack that, sadly, we have been preparing for and expecting for a very...
Now I know you've got me, C. Carol, don't you worry.
very long
But
time.
some things require, I think, different viewpoints on. That's why we're here, right? Get everybody's viewpoint, see it from different sides, right? Because I'm going to miss things. I miss a lot of things, right? But then you guys are here to be like, hey, you missed that. And I'm like, oh, cool deal.
I don't think it's been given enough attention, enough priority, enough seriousness. Hopefully, sadly, tragically, the deadly attack today might change that.
You see, and this is why I can't trust you, C. Carol, because you come out with like hard takes. This is why we have a balanced mod team, right? Of many different viewpoints.
Despite the extra patrols and the extra security, this is a community that still feels unsafe and at risk in the places that were meant to be a sanctuary. Sejal Karia, News at 10.
Well, events here today have been followed around the world, not least, of course, in Israel. John is in Tel Aviv this evening. John, good evening to you. What's been said by the leadership there?
Good evening, Paul. Shortly after sunset heralded the end of Yom Kippur here in Israel. This country's leadership, in the form of its president, its prime minister and its foreign minister, all issued statements condemning the Manchester atrocity, expressing sympathy to the victims' families and sticking the boot into the British government in varying degrees. Of course, all this comes at a time when Anglo-Israeli relations are at an all-time low, with the Israeli government particularly incensed by Keir Starmer's decision to recognise a Palestinian state. Tonight, I think the most interesting comments came from Israel's head of state, President Herzog, who revealed that just a few days ago he wrote a letter to the king expressing his deep concern about what he called rising anti-Semitism and rising anti-Israeli hatred in the UK and some Commonwealth countries, including Australia and Canada. 10 days ago, President Herzog condemned the UK, Australia and Canada for recognising a Palestinian state and said that only emboldened...
I feel you, C. Carol. So it seems like the chat here looks like anti-Zionist, I would say, for one. Some people think it's a psyop to distract from the Epstein files. But I guess you could say that about anything. Like, look, guys, I'm with you. We need to figure out the Epstein file situation, right? I don't really like how that got swept under the rug. So I like that there's people constantly, well, keeping us reminded of that. We like to run polls here. I like to get a feeling, a temperature check out there of where you guys are at and where like the public is at, so to speak, with people that tune in. And it does not seem like we have forgotten about Epstein or the files. And I'm glad to see that. I have a feeling it's not something we're going to get for another 50 years or 100 years. Like, I have a feeling if there are files that come out, I'll probably be long passed away at that point. But if we keep up and keep asking for them, hey, maybe.
The forces of darkness. Not surprisingly, none of the Israeli politicians who issued statements tonight made any possible connection between the reputational damage the Gaza war has done to Israel around the world and rising anti-Semitism in the UK and elsewhere around the world.
Okay, John, from Tel Aviv, thank you very much indeed. Well, in the past few minutes, we've obtained a photo believed to be Jihad al-Shami. He's the 35-year-old British man of Syrian descent who attacked the synagogue this morning and was later shot dead by police. That first image coming into us this evening. Well, I'm joined now by Josh Simons, Labour MP for Makerfield and Parliamentary Secretary for the Cabinet Office. Josh, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Firstly, I believe your family have attended...
Yeah, we started doing... Well, I'm not very well versed on the topic. So yesterday morning, I believe we started, or I guess it was more for me. You guys were helping me out a bit there. But learning the history of Israel, Palestine, Gaza, West Bank. I've only got my toes in there, so I'm not knowledgeable enough, really, to have a deep discussion on it. But I will be doing my little, I call them educational. I'm just trying to learn. So going to different sources, learning some history and whatnot, and chit-chatting with you guys about it.
attended the synagogue fairly regularly. I can only imagine what you must be feeling about this morning.
Now, I did do a stream where we were watching, what was it? What's his name? I don't want to get it wrong. Is it Prince Andrew? You guys know the interview that came out in regards to Epstein, right? I don't want to get the name wrong. Was it Andrew? Well, anyway, I did that stream. YouTube did not like that stream. So, yeah, unfortunately, cannot react to that. That was a lot of fun, though, I have to say.
Events.
Well, thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. I've attended festivals, celebration, bar mitzvahs.
I appreciate you, C. Carroll.
Synagogues.
What's going on, Christopher?
Not far away. And, you know, my family came to this country.
Yeah, you guys won't find it on the channel because, yeah, YouTube was like, no. And I was like, oh, yeah. Well, technically, it wasn't YouTube, right? It was, whatever news agency, right? No, BBC. Actually, I think it was the BBC, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to say if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure, guys. You know, just want to be 100% clear here.
About a century ago, because they were fleeing violence, hate, persecution.
Jelly bean.
And for that to be here, in the place that we've made our home, the place we feel safe and secure, is sad, it's scary, it's frightening. And, you know, I just keep thinking about my kids, frankly, and all of us will be hugging our children that little bit closer tonight.
Absolutely, and for all the sort of messages of solidarity that we're hearing tonight, the coming together of communities, given the profile of the attacker, are you concerned that actually, you know, we're at a fractious time at the moment? We've seen febrile scenes for months across our country. Is this going to feed some of that tension?
Of course I'm concerned. You know, how could you not be after what's happened today and after the conversations I've had with my family and my friends who live around here. But I also think it's really important to say what happened today, that man that you've just shown a photo of, he was a terrorist. It was a terrorist act. And what that means is that he chose on this special day, on Yom Kippur, one of the most special days in the Jewish calendar, to come down the road to that synagogue and to murder Jewish people on the streets of Manchester, on the streets of Britain, for no other reason than they're Jewish. That's terrorism. Terrorism has no place in this country. And however febrile and difficult things are in politics or in our communities at the moment, terrorism is a whole different thing that we will never allow.
You mentioned politics there, and obviously we've heard a very sober tone from the likes of the Home Secretary, the Prime Minister, the Mayor of Manchester today. Do you worry that the rhetoric in politics isn't helpful? Maybe this is the wake-up call to politicians of all stripes to step back from some of the more extreme debate that we've been hearing in recent months and years?
Well, we can always do more as politicians to calm things down. But again, you know, I really think we've got to separate the kind of debate we have in our public life with our communities. You know, people live next to each other on these streets, Muslims, Jews, white British people. And in the end, the cohesion of our communities, whether we know our neighbour, whether we respect them, whether we love them and have relationships with them, that's not about politicians. It's about every single one of us. And it's about all of us going out and taking the effort to get to know our neighbours, to go to our community clubs, to make sure we drop off our kids at school. And there's all...
Yo, C. Carroll, but you gotta get your sleep, though, so I completely understand. No, you should definitely get some sleep. Don't be like me over here. I know, yo, my fault, C. Carroll. I will be live earlier, I promise. Sometimes I do these late ones, though, but I'll definitely be live. I'll be live earlier from now on. I've been trying to be better about that. No, please, C. Carroll, please. Yeah, send me your schedule. I'm going to work around your hours, all right? You just let me know what's best for you, and I've got you, all right?
Always.
In fact, everybody, just send me your schedule. We're going to get this figured out.
More we can do to bind our communities and our countries together, but it's also incumbent on all of us to do that work.
So that was ITV News.
Or account
hold on.
On the most...
Jeez. ITV News. And this is breaking. We watched the PM talk about it. I was perusing X as well here. Really not much information on it. I mean, it's still so fresh. I was kind of surprised they came out calling it terrorism so quickly. I don't know how it works in the UK. I just feel... then again, in the United States lately, I feel like authorities have come out faster with motives. Whereas in the past, I could be wrong about this. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But it felt as though it would take a while for the police to release a motive, like a week or two. or at least multiple days. I just feel like lately when things happen, motives are ascribed or released very quickly. I could be mistaken though. All right, see, Carol. True. Place Star Wars over the conflict in Israel. It's R. Stickler. I don't know if you're referring to, Dave Chappelle did a joke about that. And it was actually a pretty funny joke. I think it poked fun at the sort of historical claims to the land. I don't know. I just don't know if some of this stuff is real. Because there are people saying there were celebrations after it, but I can't imagine. I don't know. Then again, after the Charlie Kirk shooting, after seeing so many people celebrate that, nothing will surprise me at this point, I guess.
Free Palestine!
Jeez. Manchester City Centre immediately after. No way.
Free Palestine!
There must be. Is there really a connection though? I just try to be as fair as possible here. Yeah, that's what I worry about, Christopher, is, copycats and more things happening. It feels like in the US, more things are happening, right? At that sort of scale of people going out and committing violence. Now, I don't know if more things are actually happening or that the media is shining a spotlight on it such that it feels it's happening more. But at least from where I'm sitting, it does seem like it's happening more, right? I would say Charlie Kirk is the first sort of high profile political talking head that's been assassinated, at least in a while. So that was pretty significant. You have shooters writing on their shell casings, which it seems like, if I'm not mistaken, Luigi Mangione, the one that shot the healthcare CEO. It seems like he kind of sparked that. That's the first one I can remember. It's probably happened before, but I mean, in my sort of recent memory, that's the first time I could think of it happening. And now we've seen that in multiple cases. Although people are, with one of the latest shootings, they think that the FBI is, writing on the casings and stuff. I'm not sure about that one, but yeah, you see these copycats, and it's a little freaky, a little scary, because people are going to just keep doing it, and it's just not going to end well for anybody, really. So, what's going on, Dan the Man? Yeah, no, it's definitely been a rough few weeks, and I feel like it's going to get worse. I mean, I hope it doesn't get worse. Knock on wood, right? I mean, this is like this particle board stuff. I guess. I don't know. Terrorist attacks were promised to happen in UK and USA by Hamas. Oof. Hold on, so you guys don't have to listen to me breathe here. I need something a little bit more mellow. It's a little mellow. It's not mellow at all, but I feel like it's too upbeat for the subject matter. We're just gonna deal with it.
Holy day of the year for those of Jewish faith. What twisted belief has led the suspect?
Attack at a UK synagogue. Witnesses say a man drove a car into members of the synagogue worshiping on Yom Kippur, then pulled out a knife. Police say at least 2 others are injured and the suspect is dead. Now local officials are stepping up security at synagogues around the country. ABC's Lama Hassan has more. Lama, really unusual in the UK to see police have to pull out guns and shoot and kill a suspect. What's the latest here?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Diane. This was an absolutely horrific attack. You know, the details are terrifying. We know that police were called after witnesses said that they saw a man driving a car. He then rammed into members of the public. The man wielding a knife then killed at least 2 people. We understand that 3 members of the public are also in serious condition. Police have declared it a major incident. And we understand that a firearms police officer shooting who police believe is the suspect. Now, we know that an investigation is underway. Manchester's Mayor, Andy Burnham, he called it a serious incident. But
so you think it was an attack on Jews? I mean, it seems like, probably that's, a reasonable assumption to make, right? It's frustrating because it's, if one person perpetrates an act like this, it's like, well, damn, what does that signify? Does it signify that there's just one crazy person out there? Or is this a red flag or sort of a canary in the coal mine, so to speak, that there is this, brewing resentment, anti-Semitism, whatever it is, this brewing sentiment building that you're going to see more and more of this, right? And then where is that coming from? So that's like the frustrating things with one-off events where maybe the person doesn't leave a manifesto, doesn't really explain, you're not really sure, but then you could kind of look for that pattern. Right now, it seems like we're getting that pattern in the United States with seemingly in the last few major events, the political leanings of the people seem to align with each other. So it's like, is there a pattern here? And everybody's like, oh, not everybody, but the right wingers are like, well, the left is crazy right now. The left is the violent ones. The left, I feel like, says, well, the right is historically more violent, which may or may not be true, but like, even if we grant that it's true, if one group is violent for 50 years and then it switches and for like the past 5 years, the other group was more violent, do you have to wait 50 years before you could criticize the group for being violent? Like, I just say no to all violence, guys. I don't care if you're on the right or you're on the left. If you're committing violence, you're probably in the wrong, right? I know it's a hot take. Somebody had to say it, though.
But saying that the immediate danger appears to be over. But he did warn members of the public to avoid the area. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, he cut short a meeting with EU leaders in Denmark to come home to hold an emergency meeting on the security situation in the country. He said that there'll be extra police assets at synagogues across the UK. And the fact that this happened on Yom Kippur, he says, makes it all the more horrific. We also have heard from the King and Queen. They said that they are deeply shocked and saddened to hear about the attack in Manchester. They said, especially on such a significant day for the Jewish community. And this was released in a statement, of course.
See, Carol, probably. I only say that because, I'm assuming you're not going to have a bunch of craziness. Wait, I got you on Discord, right? Or no? Well, let me know if you're in the Discord. Because you could always just shoot me stuff in the... Yeah, just shoot me stuff in the Discord. And, I'll look through it and everything. Yeah, for sure. Very good. Well, some of you guys have names that are different on Discord, so it's a lot of names. Admiral... Oh, Admiral, I don't know about that. I don't know if all people of a country deserve something because their government is not great at times. Danaman says details are sketchy. A few more people were arrested. True. but we didn't know for sure if it's attached to a terror group. Yeah, exactly. Which is the scary part, you know, especially if something is organized, it's like, oh, it's so much worse. It's bad regardless, but it's much worse because that means that there's probably more to come. So I have to, Marita Cruz, I have to side with you on that one, I think, and agree. I was really worried after the Charlie Kirk assassination that there was going to be a huge, like people just freaking out and maybe committing violence, you know, from the right onto the quote unquote left. You know, I hate doing the whole right left thing, but it's just like what it is right now. This is the language everybody's using, so I'm trying to be able to communicate with you guys. I'm happy that there wasn't this outpouring of violence. It seemed as though, I mean, even Nick Fuentes comes out and is like, hey guys, don't retaliate. I like seeing that. It seemed like most of the creators and most of the people that I saw that were speaking up on the right were saying, you know, thoughts and prayers, don't stoop, you know, don't do the same things they did, you know, no violence, you know, things along those lines, which I do appreciate. I think that's the correct thing to do, right? Because if, you know, if there keeps being retaliations, right, it's going to be bad for everybody. I don't mean to keep trying to, I don't know, I might continue to drive that point home because I just was so surprised at all the people celebrating. It really kind of threw me off a little bit. Yeah. Because it's not only were they celebrating in the sense of like, okay, you're an anonymous dude on Twitter or something. Okay, fine. Whatever. There's trolls, there's this, there's that. It's the internet, whatever. But people were like posting videos of themselves. I'm like, wow, I mean, that's kind of ballsy. You know, kind of messed up. So yeah, that was just weird. I don't know. It still throws me. It still throws me. Let's go in. AE1. Is your name in any relation to the is it a comet that's moving through the solar system that's apparently really big? But yeah, we're definitely gonna get up on that, Sea Curl. I like when you guys bring me you know, niche stuff as well, stuff that I wouldn't have found. The casing, I think Christopher. Yeah, good attention. Anyway, this one, I'm curious to see the updates with the people they arrested, if they were just, you know, going to be let go, they have no connection. If there is a connection, I'm really interested to see how that kind of plays out. If there's updates, you guys could always hit me up. If you're in the Discord, always could just drop a link or hit me up, and we could flip back to the update. I do, however, you know, this stuff is very serious. It's sad. It's unfortunate. Really, no matter what side you're coming from. I'm going to flip to really just something that's just completely the opposite. All right. Like this. Ebbing and flowing. Okay. We're doing random stuff, guys. Apparently, J.K. Rowling came out and sort of kind of flamed Emma Watson. And I don't know. I find it interesting. I like to see, you know, we talk about culture here, right? And I remember when I was like a lot younger, was it like 10 or 15 years ago? Like the feminist movement, right? And I remember J.K. Rowling coming out as a TERF, basically, and everybody turning their back on her And she kind of became like a pariah. Like it just seemed like a lot of people like hated her on the left or the more progressive movement. And it's interesting to see how everything kind of played out, where the cards, you know, settled and everything.
And now publicly...
Oh, so right now this is the Critical Drinker. Awesome channel. Does movie reviews. You guys probably know who the Critical Drinker is. He's huge. But anyway, fucking movie reviews, TV show reviews. Critical Drinker. I really like his stuff. He's really funny.
Oh dear, it's not a very good time to be Emma Watson, is it? From child actor to indie darling to big budget star, and finally to whiny, controversial and divisive activist, increasingly disconnected from reality and now publicly ridiculed by one of the biggest names in modern culture in what may go down as the most savage dressing down in history. Ever since she exploded onto the big screen with the Harry Potter franchise, her acting has carried her to the very cusp of A-level stardom before it all came to a shuddering halt in one of the most baffling acts of career self-sabotage outside of Rachel Zegler.
It's Hollywood, baby.
A woman who pinned her reputation, her public image, and her entire worldview on whatever happened to be most popular at the time, never considering that the cultural winds might change and what's popular today might not be popular tomorrow.
Is that the accent? I actually never made that connection. I was always like, I wonder where he's from.
So saddle up, dear viewer, grab your wizarding wands and whatever other stupid shit they use in Harry Potter, and let us examine the crash and burn of Emma Watson. Emma Charlotte Duer Watson was born in Paris, France in 1990 to a pair of wealthy lawyers. So naturally she grew up with all the benefits of having wealthy parents, private schooling, tuition, multiple homes and access to any clubs and interests she wanted to pursue. One of which turned out to be acting. Fuck me, she basically is Hermione Granger. Anyway, by 1999, a series of books about a boy wizard were turning out to be pretty popular, and work soon began on adapting them into a movie franchise. For this, they needed a bunch of child actors to play the three leads, including Hermione. Their searching soon led them to the Oxford Acting School where Watson was studying, and after no fewer...
Okay, now you guys are saying he's not an Aussie. Okay, we're gonna have to do some investigating. So now I feel bamboozled. But could you imagine being a child actor on something as large as Harry Potter? I feel like you're like, it's the golden ticket. Right? Like a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You just won the golden ticket, or a lottery ticket, basically. For the rest of your life, you're set. I can't imagine you're not good after you do the franchise, right?
Within 8 auditions, she was finally cast in the role. And well, all I can say about her early performances is, you can tell that she was a theatre kid, that's for fucking sure.
I'm Hermione Granger. And you are?
What?
This taken aside though, for a 10-year-old that had never acted...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not really gonna, in
a movie before, I guess she was fine. Daniel Radcliffe was...
It's so funny seeing it now. I have not seen the first movies in so long, but I remember seeing them as a kid, so it is really trippy watching it now. Oh my gosh. I'm getting older.
Way better, though. Anyway, you don't need me to tell you that the Harry Potter movies would go on to become a global phenomenon over the next several years, keeping Watson and her co-stars so busy that she literally didn't act in anything else until 2007, when she appeared in the TV movie Ballet Shoes, a film that landed mixed reviews and didn't do a whole lot for her career. In public, the Harry Potter series was going from strength to strength, but behind the scenes, the cracks were starting to show. Watson and the others were burned out by the constant demands of filming and promotion tours, and when it came time to renegotiate her contract after the Goblet of Fire, she seriously considered leaving the franchise altogether.
No way. That's craziness. And see, Carol, I don't know what to tell you. It's tough. Because if you go to sleep too late, here's the question. It's the fear of oversleeping, right? If you're confident you're going to wake up, I say get those couple hours of sleep. Sometimes a couple hours of sleep for me, I'll feel completely rejuvenated. But if you're afraid you're going to oversleep, that's risky business. At least just make sure your alarms are on. Multiple alarms, make sure it's out of reach. So you actually have to get up. But I mean, really, could you imagine if she would have dropped out after Goblet of Fire? That would have been insanity. Imagine that, just like flipping her out with somebody else. It would have just been like, what is happening?
contract after The Goblet of Fire, she seriously considered leaving the franchise altogether.
You said you wouldn't want it. Sure, the money's good, but I wouldn't wish the damage of being a child actor on anyone. I've always heard that they have it rough. Is it in every circumstance? I do understand, yes, the fame, the money. That does sound difficult to deal with. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm messing around a little bit, but yes, understand as a kid that could be like, you know, warp your mind and everything. But are there like there's child actors that were well-adjusted people, right?
Still, she was eventually convinced to sign
Yo, stop. Y'all are crazy.
Again. It's amazing what a multi-million-dollar paycheck can do for a girl, isn't it? And by 20...
You said if he pisses on the side of a building at 3 a.m., he's definitely Scottish. I'm going to keep that in mind. I might be a little Scottish.
11, the series came to a close with Deathly Hallows Part 2.
Okay, they're not having a normal childhood part. Okay.
For the first time in more than a decade, Watson was on her own. She'd basically grown up with Harry Potter. She'd never had a normal childhood or lived a normal life, and she likely never would. Keep that one in mind because it'll be important later. The question now was how to escape the long shadow of Hermione Granger and forge a career of her own. Her first few outings were mostly low-budget indie movies, everything from biopics like My Week with Marilyn to romantic dramas like The Perks of Being a Wallflower, and even heist movies like Bling Ring. None of them were big hits, but they did at least prove that she could be more than a mildly annoying bookworm with crappy hair.
I haven't heard of any. Well, wait a second. Wait, what was this one? Have I seen this one? I feel like I haven't seen any of those movies.
2014 saw her move into big-budget filmmaking with Darren Aronofsky's Noah, followed up by low-budget thrillers Colonia and Regression. No matter the budget or the quality of the movie, one thing that stayed consistent were the positive reviews for Watson's acting. Now in her mid-20s and arguably at the peak of her career, she was developing a reputation as an eclectic and confident performer, willing to take on challenging roles and play against type, equally at home on the big or the small screen. An actor who wasn't just chasing fame and money, but taking on projects with actual artistic merit.
Right, so far so good. She's killing the game.
Well done, Emma. Her star was rising. She was rapidly becoming the new it girl of Hollywood.
Ah, Beauty and the Beast. There we go.
Young, talented, intelligent, and sophisticated, she could
I did not watch that.
Navigate interviews like a pro.
So it still stands. I guess I have not seen anything with her in it.
She was a natural.
Except for was that Seth Rogen? Is that his name? I'm trying to remember if I saw that one. I don't see too many of his movies, but I feel like I might have seen that. But I mean, some of his movies are those movies you kind of like, you put on, you don't really remember them.
Intelligent and sophisticated, she could navigate interviews.
This is the end. Okay, wow, she was in that? I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. Yeah, oh my gosh, Bieber. He was huge. Oh my god, I just remember that song was just everywhere. The baby. Oh, I just got claimed.
Hollywoods.
I'm just kidding. I can't. Luckily, I can't, harmonize or vocalize or anything. So, yeah, I would never know.
Young, talented, intelligent, and sophisticated, she could navigate interviews like a pro. She was a natural in front of the camera, and she held all the correct opinions on important political topics. When the Me Too movement kicked off, Emma was all over it like a fly on shit, making speeches about feminism, establishing activism groups, and even getting appointed to the UN as their goodwill ambassador for women.
Oh, wow.
Because truly, no one understands the plight of women in repressive third world regimes better than a multi-millionaire, privately educated theatre kid Hollywood actress that's never held a normal job in her entire life.
Take care, C. Carol.
But more on that later.
Get some sleep.
Pretty soon, Watson wasn't content just to make speeches in front of rooms full of elderly politicians who probably wished they were literally anywhere else. She was bringing her activism directly into the movies she starred in. The live-action Beauty and the Beast was rewritten at her
Boom, you guys just mentioned it.
into an inventor and engineer because...
Girls get it done.
That's The Boys, though, right? I actually like The Boys. It was a pretty good show. I don't know if I've seen all the episodes, though. The first season was super solid, though. I think I saw the second season as well.
Her political worldview could best be described as I support current thing, also known as the Mark Ruffalo technique. Gay! No matter the issue, no matter the complexity or the nuance, you could pretty much guarantee that Emma Watson would be right there in the thick of it, pushing whatever the progressive consensus happened to be at the time. She was less of a person with her own opinions and ideas, and more like a series of safe, politically correct talking points wrapped up in a flesh suit.
So she played it super, super, super safe, right? Well, there's playing it safe. See, safe, I think, is just shutting up, right? Like, if you want to play super safe, you just go to work and you go back to your mansion and you kind of call it a day, right? But of course, activism could also boost your career too. So I could see doing a little bit of it, right? You sprinkle that in there. I'm just trying to think from, like, strategically here, right? But that would be the safest thing to do, is just kind of keep to yourself, sprinkle it in. But if you go super hard, especially if it's always the current thing, as he's kind of framing it, eventually the current thing might not pan out. Have I heard about the big Netflix ordeal? Yeah, I was thinking about pulling that up. I saw some tidbits on that. Some people mentioned it to me. That's why you don't look towards actors. What's going on, Sebastian? Towards actors or actresses for guidance. Yeah. I mean, people that do that, that's why I always wonder about endorsements, right? It's like, oh, well, this actress endorsed this person or this singer endorsed this person. And I'm like, who cares? Right? I mean, it's an interesting little factoid, I guess. It's like, oh, okay, I guess. I mean, that person likes that political figure. I mean, I always assume if it's happening, there's some sort of backdoor deal or they're trying to get publicity from it. Yeah, it's like I come to you for singing music, or, singing or what have you. I mean, maybe you have some good ideas too. Maybe you have a podcast and I'll check it out and stuff. But, that's not really going to sway me one way or the other on something. But I guess for some people, they look to actresses and actors or what have you as, I don't know, beacons of morality or something. I'm not really sure because I'm not really sure what they see.
All delivered with the
the kids content. Yeah, I have to look into that. I saw some stuff on it. You said I still love Netflix for Dave Chappelle's special, but yeah, I'll think twice before playing anything. Oh wow, so a lot of y'all are feeling. Okay, we might have to look into that.
Kind of sneering upper-class British disdain that can only truly come from playing life on easy mode from the day she was born. But just like an overloaded cauldron filled with the wrong ingredients, problems were a-brewing, dear viewer. Remember the lady who wrote all those wizarding books? Well, it turns out she'd become quite rich and famous over the years, and as a big raging progressive feminist herself, she and Emma were marching in lockstep on almost every issue. All except one.
By the way, guys, if you enjoy this dude, this is the Critical Drinker on YouTube. In fact, real quick here. Bam, that's Critical Drinker. I'm going to grab this link here. You might not be able to grab the link from the chat because I don't think YouTube lets me, or like lets links be posted. I haven't figured that one out yet. I don't even think it's possible. But drop that in the chat here. Bada bing bang. I think you could at least copy paste it. That's the Critical Drinker. Definitely check out his channel.
1. It turns out that the Wizarding Lady had a few issues with the T part of LGBT and began voicing her concerns with increasing volume. And the reaction from the other side was, well, how can I put this? Now Emma was in a bit of a tricky spot because she'd made it her mission in life to support current thing, but now the Wizarding Lady who she owed her entire career and stardom to was openly attacking one of the most sacred parts of current thing. What to do? Should she stand firm beside her friend of 20 years and back her up? Should she maintain a dignified silence and refuse to get drawn into a fight that wasn't hers? Or should she turn her back on the Wizarding Lady, hang her out to dry and make increasingly passive-aggressive attacks against her?
Okay, what do we think, guys? It's a complicated question. What to do in this situation? You got to put yourself in their shoes, okay? I have to say, coming after the person that created the universe that gave you a huge career and pretty much all of your stardom seems pretty ballsy. Black Mirror, Love, Death, and Robots. Oh yeah, fantastic. I don't know what you're talking about, this Obama network. What are you talking about? Now that is new to me. So I don't think twice about it. Be glad you saw the height of comedians, because eventually when everyone's eyes are on them, they'll eventually make a move to disappoint. Yeah. Talk about biting the hand that feeds. Her best option was to keep her mouth shut. Right? It kind of blows my mind, right? Okay, we're going to see how it plays out.
I think you can guess which one she chose. And the thing is, that'll work great when Emma seemed to be on the side of current.
The thing is, I like that. Of course, speak your truth, right? I mean, don't, you could have speech and everything, right? You could say you disagree, but it's kind of to what extent you take that to. Do you villainize the person or make them seem really bad? Or do you just say, hey, we have a disagreement on this point, but, I still support her in, all these other ways, we're still cool.
Thing, and the Wizarding Lady definitely wasn't. The problem with current thing though is that eventually it tends to change, and by 2025 the cultural winds had shifted dramatically. Public opinion on the issue was changing, and suddenly the Wizarding Lady wasn't seen as the evil witch who had to be defeated anymore. Now people were beginning to actually listen and even openly support her, and it began to occur to Emma that she might have backed the wrong horse on this one.
Fuck.
So what to do? Stand her ground and maintain her position even if it wasn't so popular anymore? Or do a complete about face and pretend like she'd never disagreed with the Wizarding Lady in the first place? Well, the answer came on September the 24th on Jay Shetty's On Purpose podcast, where Emma claimed that she loved the Wizarding Lady and supported her and would always be open to talking with her. Bullshit! Oh, really? That's interesting coming from someone who spent half a decade publicly shitting on her. Now, if you were feeling forgiving, you could probably write this whole thing off as a slightly cowardly but very pragmatic decision by someone who senses the political sands moving beneath her and doesn't want to get pulled down by them. And that might have been all she wrote, except this particular interview came to the attention of the Wizarding Lady, who until now had stayed pretty quiet on the topic of young Emma. Not anymore, as it turned out, when she decided to deliver the mother of all dressing downs a couple of days later in a very lengthy Twitter post calling out Watson as a spineless grifter, a shameless opportunist, a fair weather friend, and a spoiled privileged brat that had
hold on.
never worked a day in her life and was only trying to cozy up to her again because it was politically safe now.
Oh, whoa. He gives us a synopsis, which I do appreciate. He knows how to make a freaking solid video, But let me pull this up. Why does that have to be so damn complicated? We're gonna find it. There we go. All right. Let me see. This is J.K. Rowling. I'm seeing quite a bit of comment about this, so I want to make a couple of points. I'm not owed eternal agreement from any actor who once played a character I created. The idea is as ludicrous as me checking with the boss I had when I was 21 for what opinions I should hold these days. Emma Watson and her co-stars have every right to embrace gender identity ideology. Such beliefs are legally protected, and I wouldn't want to see any of them threatened with loss of work or violence or death because of them. However, Emma and Dan in particular, have both made it clear over the last few years that they think our former professional association gives them a particular right, nay, obligation, to critique me and my views in public. Years after they finished acting in Potter, they continue to assume the role of de facto spokespeople for the world I created. When you've known people since they were 10 years old, it's hard to shake a certain protectiveness. Until quite recently, I hadn't managed to throw off the memory of children who needed to be gently coaxed through their dialogue in a big, scary film studio. For the past few years, I've repeatedly declined invitations from journalists to comment on Emma, specifically, most notably, on the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Ironically, I told the producers that I didn't want her to be hounded as the result of anything I said. The television presenter in the attached clip highlights Emma's all witches speech, and in truth, that was a turning point for me. But it had a postscript that hurt far more than the speech itself. Emma asked someone to pass on a handwritten note from her to me, which contained the single sentence, quote, I'm so sorry for what you're going through, unquote. She has my phone number. This was back when the death, grape, and torture threats against me were at their peak, at a time when my personal security measures had to be tightened considerably, and I was constantly worried for my family's safety. I think she says, Emma, like other people who've never experienced adult life uncushioned by wealth and fame, Emma has so little experience of real life, she's ignorant of how ignorant she is. She'll never need a homeless shelter. She's never going to be placed on a mixed-sex public hospital ward. I'd be astounded if she's been in a high-street changing room since childhood. Her public bathroom is single occupancy and comes with a security man standing guard outside the door. Has she had to strip off in a newly mixed sex changing room at a council-run swimming pool? Is she ever likely to need a state-run grape crisis center that refuses to guarantee an all-female service? To find herself sharing a prison cell with a male grapist who's identified into the woman's prison? I wasn't a multimillionaire at 14. I lived in poverty while writing the book that made Emma famous. I therefore understand from my own life experience what the trashing of women's rights, in which Emma has so enthusiastically participated, means to women and girls without her privileges. The greatest irony here is that had Emma not decided in her most recent interview to declare that she loves and treasures me, a change of tack I suspect she's adopted because she's noticed full-throated condemnation of me is no longer quite as fashionable as it was, I might have never been this honest. Adults can't expect to cozy up to an activist movement that regularly calls for a friend's assassination, then assert their right to the former friend's love, as though the friend was in fact their mother. Emma is rightly free to disagree with me, and indeed to discuss her feelings about me in public. But I have the same right, and I've finally decided to exercise it. Wow. Wow. I mean, yeah. That was, I mean, she flamed her. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, she kind of hit every point there. Jeez. Yeah, I would not want to piss off a writer.
Damn, bro, I've seen Mortal Kombat fatality.
Okay, hold on. That is actually the perfect, That's...
Damn, bro, I've seen
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat fatalities that were more forgiving than this. I've seen many a debate, many a scathing put down and brutal rebuttal in my time, but never in all of my days have I witnessed a person publicly dismantled with such brutal finesse.
That is very accurate.
It wasn't just a takedown, it was a full-scale verbal evisceration, and proof that if there's one group of people you really don't want to piss off in the online space, it's fucking writers.
Literally.
Especially billionaire writers with hundreds of millions of fans behind them them who built their entire careers out of basically nothing. With that one post, Emma Watson's public persona was transformed from a slightly preachy but relatively respected activist to the living personification of everything that people find so repellent about Hollywood actors. The smug, patronising, I know better than you attitude, the echo chamber mentality that comes from a life of privilege and luxury, the mindlessly predictable conformity masquerading as sophisticated intellectualism, and worst of all, the willingness to abandon any position the moment it becomes unpopular. She wasn't just opinionated and insufferable, she was a coward. And for someone who built their entire brand on fearlessly speaking truth to power, well, that was the most damaging revelation of all. So what's next for Emma Watson? Can she possibly claw her way back from this? Well, her movie career basically ended 5 years ago when she pulled the plug on acting to focus on activism, so I don't really know if there's any momentum left behind her, even if she wanted to make a comeback. She's 35 now, which isn't exactly old, but it ain't exactly young either, and it's definitely not a good age to try to build your career back up after wasting your prime years in the wilderness. She's not likely to make much progress as an activist either now that her cover's been blown and she's willing to soften her position on the whole tea issue. Because if there's one thing...
I'm here for all of the witches.
Did she say except one? Oh, bar one. Oh no.
That particular group of activists won't accept, it's betrayal. So it kind of feels like she's fucked either way. Emma Watson really is proof that if you stand for nothing, well, you'll fall for anything. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Go away now. I dropped his link in the chat, but guys, that's, you know, The Critical Drinker. Superb. Fantastic content on YouTube. If you're into movies and TV shows and want to hear a drinker recap it, he's very knowledgeable when it comes to movies and television, as you would expect, right? And he puts his own little spin on it. So definitely check out his channel. But you guys were talking about the Netflix thing, so that interested me. And I think there's a couple other things you mentioned that I wanted to check out. The Netflix thing. I mean, there really isn't much more to be said about this. I mean, it seems like J.K. Rowling just came out and just eviscerated her. Really not much more to be said. You said it's possible that she was pressed to make a... Yeah, and it's sad too because, you know, I mean, I don't know. Again, you could be against somebody's idea, but still be friends with them, right? So you should at least try to understand them. You said, so then she has no idea about the real world. No, exactly. If she has no idea about the real world, she's super sheltered. She has a bunch of handlers that are saying, do this and do that. And then from her perspective, it seems as though this is the right thing to do. Right? I get it. But, I mean, obviously I'm a different person, so it's, you know, it's hard to say. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. But again, I think there's, if you had some sort of a relationship or friendship, trying to sit down and have a conversation, because it doesn't sound like she sat down and had that conversation and really tried to come and understand where J.K. Rowling was coming from on it, right? Because I don't think J.K. Rowling is necessary. Now, maybe you guys will say, actually, you know, you missed this, but I don't think she's transphobic in the way that people say, like, transphobic, right? I think that she just believes that trans women and women are two different things and should be treated differently, right? So they shouldn't be in the same bathrooms, maybe the same sports teams, and, you know, things along those lines. I don't find that to be a transphobic thing, right? Now, maybe she's made statements that go way further than that I'm unaware of, right? But if that's not the case, I don't know why, if Emma's going to speak on it, why you wouldn't want to at least talk to Rowling first before you kind of go out and, you know, throw dirt on them. So, again, it's like, yeah, it's hard to put yourself in their shoes, I guess. But if a lot of people, if a friend of mine came out and just started saying stuff that I highly disagreed with, I think I would at least try to talk to them first before I go out and be like, fuck them. You know what I mean? So, what's this Netflix thing? Hold up. There was something else you guys mentioned. What was it? Well, the Obama. Okay, you said that because you said there were videos made on that as well. The Obama network. That I've not heard of, so I'm kind of interested. Oh, I love that. Don't blame people for disappointing you. Blame yourself for expecting more from them. Still sucks, though. Yeah, I love that. I'm going to be using that. That's like, you know what that reminds me of? It's kind of like, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. It's like, oh, shit, that hurts even more. But imagine saying that to somebody. Look. Wait, what did you say? Hold up. I'm not disappointed in you. I'm disappointed that I ever believed in you. What, or you know what I mean? That just sounds like so much more soul crushing. I'm not disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in myself for believing in you. To the Hollywood standard. I don't know. I mean, if she's interested in being in movies, then yeah, that sucks for her. It might be difficult, but I mean, in terms of career or in terms of like living, I'm pretty sure she's set for life. So it does suck if you know, acting is something she wants to pursue and this steps in the way of that. But I mean, that's how it plays out. I mean, it kind of sucks for her. But let me see here. This Netflix thing. Ooh. Maybe we could try. What should we try? We got Benny Johnson. I mean, you got the Rubin Report. You've got Asmongold. I mean, man, there's some heavy hitters talking about Netflix right now. Elon Musk? Oh, this Netflix thing seems to be pretty serious.
A Netflix show CoComelon features interracial gay dads attempting to raise a baby as transgender who make the toddler dance for them in drag.
What? All right, hold on. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? That's like too many things. That sounds like a Jussie Smollett story. Or Juicy Smollett or whatever. It's like there's just too many. There's too many things there.
I'm trans, Norma. And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place.
There is a Netflix.
We'll do Dave Rubin. Why not? I don't watch a lot of Dave Rubin. That was Asmongold. We can bring up Asmongold. I'm trying to decide Asmongold or Dave Rubin. This one's 2 minutes, right? As opposed to 14 minutes. So I feel like it's gonna be like a quick little synopsis of the situation, right? You said Netflix executives are being called to Congress because of this? Because of this? Damn, everybody's getting called to Congress in, what is it, like 5 days? I'm really excited about this. I think it's gonna be very interesting. Twitch, Reddit, I believe, Steam, Discord CEOs, I believe, are going to testify to Congress on the sort of radicalization of forum users. Very interested in that because I do think that's going to cause ripple effects across all platforms that are going to, they're basically going to heighten up the moderation. That's what I believe is going to end up happening. You might see people getting banned, or you just might see more strict moderation being employed. That's my guess. That's my bet right now, leading into that. Transphobia is used as a defense against character, I've noticed. against character. That's crazy. The making him dance for them is a bit of a stretch, but the rest is true. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, what are we talking about? Homophobia has an origin, but when they use it too much, it loses definition, just like the word Nazi. Yeah, I was just going back and forth with somebody about the Nazi stuff and fascist and all that. It was like a whole thing. But yeah, all right. Dave Rubin.
Show for kids called Dead End Paranormal Park.
Okay.
And it has now been exposed as pushing pro-trans ideology on children. Take a look.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma. And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney. And I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier. And that's saying something when I spent today chased by terrifying zombie mascots. Pugsley reminded me how important it is to live your life without apology. So I think I gotta give living here a shot. Don't you?
You don't need my permission.
You know, thank God that we're pre-taping this today, and I'm actually in temple right now praying. I'm praying right now, and I'm repenting. Why do I feel like I need to repent for that? It makes no sense. But that's not...
I mean... I'm trying to analyze this here.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma. And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney. And I can choose if
Yeah, I don't have
when...
the context of the show behind it to know, like, you know, where these statements
life
are coming
without
from.
Apology.
But...
You know, thank God that we're pre-taping this today, and I'm actually in temple right now praying. I'm praying right now, and I'm repenting. Why do I feel like I need to repent for that? It makes no sense. But that's not for children, but it's marketed towards children.
It feels weird. That does feel weird. Like, what's the reference point? What is the, what
is the problem? You want to be 20 years old, and you grew up as Max, and you want to call yourself Mary, and have a little opsa and a funny wig, and get your nails done. That's just fine, but stop pushing this crap on kids. Also, it's Halloween right now, so there's a lot of ghost stuff going on in my house right now. The kids are huge on Ghostbusters right now, okay? But if in Ghostbusters 2, they had chopped Venkman's wang off, I wouldn't have shown that to the kids. I haven't even shown them Ghostbusters. They're just really into the song at the moment, and they like the idea of ghosts. They're only 3. That's the point. There's no trans wackadoodle stuff in Ghostbusters, but I'm still not sure. Elon's not happy about this because Elon's son is now a daughter, or a daughter is now a...
Cancel Netflix for the health of your kids. Netflix is a Trojan horse, it seems. Transgender woke agenda. And your kids, letting them into the castle. Elon is wild, bro.
A son, and they're estranged completely. So he saw that video and he reposted this meme, and of course it's the Trojan horse idea that you get the transgender woke agenda and your kids, and they're just walking into the castle.
Okay, I mean, so that was a quick little synopsis. I mean, this is causing. Well, let me. Okay, what did they say? The stock was affected. Hold up, let me see here. What do we got here? I see a little dip. But how much of that is, I'm looking at, let's see, the last 6 months. Honestly, it doesn't really seem significant to me. Maybe a few percent here or whatever. Right? What is that? Like 3.5. It's down in the last 5 days, but that just sounds like a buy the dip opportunity. I don't know. I don't think Netflix is hurting regardless, but unless a lot of people, I mean, if a lot of people cancel their membership, obviously, but you said it's for 7+. It's their 7+ content. What's going on, Tim? What's going on, Gelty Drake? You said gay kids never needed cartoons to express how they felt. Said if children know deep inside that they're different, they won't need a cartoon to tell them how to feel. Look at the Beanie Show. He had a good take. Beanie. Oh, Benny. All right, let's see here. I swear I saw him pop up. Where are we at? That's Ruben. Oh, where's he at? I swear I saw him pop up. Or you're saying Beanie like Tim Pool. I'm assuming you meant Benny, right? Am I crazy? Fantastic. Surviving out here. I'm glad you're having a beautiful day over there, wherever you are. Simply being fed this crap in school. So I'm glad I don't have children. Oh, Benny. Okay, yeah. You just for this issue the nation is facing. If I did homeschool, it would happen in any means necessary. I was homeschooled for a bit. I don't know. I understand. I mean, I'm more worried about teachers and things like that. I had some insane teachers at some points in time. However, I do think school is important in the sense of learning how to exist around other people, so many other people with so many different ideas, right? And, you know, as you get older and you look back, I don't know how your schooling went, but you look back at how some of the teachers acted or, you know, whatever. And maybe you feel differently about it, or maybe you're more critical of it and stuff. And it gives you an interesting reference to look back on. I'm just saying that in terms of socializing, I think school is important, right? Because eventually they are going to be out in the real world and they're going to be around a bunch of random people with crazy ideas. And knowing how to navigate that, I think, is important. But you also don't want them being, quote unquote, led astray or whatever, right? Brainwashed by the public schools, brainwashed by Big Brother. So my school as progressive considering the country, but it wasn't that focus. Yeah. But you said that it's damaging. Okay. Because I think about this too. I'm like, okay, if I have kids, like, you know, I don't know. I mean, they'll probably be going to school. You got to experience the world, you know. But if there's some crazy stuff going on at the school, you know, or some stuff I don't agree with. Wasn't there some story about a teacher making their... No, maybe he didn't make them. I think a teacher that had told their students that he watched the Charlie Kirk assassination for like an hour straight on replay. You know, if you got some characters like that at the school, we might have some issues. We might have to have a little teacher-parent meeting. You know what I mean? Well, more like a meeting with the faculty or like the principal and, you know. All right, Benny, you said though, Netflix. Oh, it was right there in front of me.
This is how your Netflix movies are made. The creamy poop of a mystic unicorn. Totally clean, totally cool, and soft served straight from a sphincter.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Elon Musk is saying cancel Netflix for the health of your kids, and that he himself has canceled his own Netflix account. Not because he can't afford it, he's the richest man in the world, but because...
I mean, Netflix is expensive, isn't it? I mean, he might be just cutting down. He might be just cutting down on his expenses, right? Benny Johnson, everybody, that's who we're listening to right now. Let's see his take on this.
Netflix is actually woke garbage. And now, because of Charlie Kirk, of all people...
Not yet, Mac. But you could join the Discord, send me messages and stuff. We're going to be doing call-ins and all that at some point, because I would like to chit-chat with y'all. It's a little easier over voice, I think, than texting and everything, or you guys texting. Or using voice to chat, or whatever. And me being on the mic. I think it would be cool to have some conversations.
This culture war is hitting a head, and we're going to talk about exactly why millions of people are canceling their Netflix subscriptions, why Netflix stock is absolutely tanking right now. I mean, it is just collapsing totally in the red, and you can see that it is on a massive downward slope. this month. It's cratering. Why is that happening exactly? Well, because one, Netflix executives and people who work at Netflix, key creators, have had their posts about Charlie Kirk resurfaced, found out. So many of the top Netflix brass hated Charlie Kirk, called him a Nazi after he was shot by a transgender activist, and also were upset that anybody was venerating Charlie, that anybody was even memorializing Charlie Kirk. Some of the commentary has been despicable from Netflix creators like this. And when you look at Hamish Steele, here's Hamish Steele. He works for Netflix, right? Who cares what he does? He creates a children's show that has extremely divisive, totally radical, completely sick sexual undertones to it for children. Here, I'll give you just an example.
It's not the park. It's me.
Yeah, we just watched this.
I'm trans, Norma. And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney. And I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier. And that's saying something when I spent today chased by terrifying zombie mascot.
Okay, you can see, like, does this, like, why is this part of a children's show? Why is this part of a children's show? Why is any of this stuff part of a children's show? And the longer you look through Netflix's discography, right, its library of children's entertainment, you'll find stuff like this.
We know about you. You love to get up and dance. How about you break out those moves for your two biggest fans?
This is a little boy wearing a dress and a tutu and dancing for his two gay dads. Why does this belong in children's entertainment?
Oh my gosh.
Netflix thinks it does. Why does this belong in children's entertainment? Here's animated, child-focused Transformers animated series.
It's hard to know who's dangerous or not.
That's true, though disappointing.
Hey, it's okay. I know I'm safe when I'm with my friends or other non-binary people.
What?
Non-binary?
People who aren't female or male. Oh,
What?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed.
I always knew my pronouns felt right, but
what
a wonderful word.
Okay, that's just okay. This is a little weird. Okay, guys, I'm very open-minded here, guys. Okay, come on. It's a little odd. First off, is it a robot? Because isn't a robot by definition binary?
For a wonderful experience.
Well, like, what is it? Okay, it's like again. What does this have to do with children's entertainment? This is legitimate.
It did feel like super out of left field.
Radicalized propaganda. This is.
Can you switch?
Nightshade's pronouns are they, them.
He or she just doesn't fit who I am. My apologies. Please switch their piece. Now, the plan.
Let me think about this. This is a little weird.
Okay. Let's take the entire issue aside, okay? And let's like ignore how unbelievably radical and out of science, out of the affront to parents and their children, and the ability for parents to have control over their household, the propagandizing of the kids. Like, take all of it out. You can take the entire issue away. And then just ask yourself, on an issue this obscenely radicalized and this dangerous,
it's throwing me off because on one hand, it's like, well, okay, I'm just trying to think of, like, okay, is there anybody in the audience here that is in support of kids content like this, or these messages in kids content. I'm trying to think of both sides here. I'm trying to understand the reasoning for putting this in a kids show, I'm trying to think. I think somebody would say it's being inclusive. Having representation. Okay. But when it comes to the gender ideology thing, when they're talking about non-binary, I mean, they're talking about like non-binary and trans stuff, right? What is the percentage of the population that is like non-binary and trans? First off, now not every single episode of a kid's show is going to lead to some larger story, right? For example, SpongeBob. There might be lessons inside of the episodes themselves or something, but there's not this broader story being told, right? So obviously kids content is about teaching lessons and morals and stuff, you know. So being accepting, maybe. I'm trying to steel man this here, because it is throwing me off a little bit. I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, that is a little off. That is a little weird. Just trying to think of cartoons when I was a kid. It just feels heavy-handed, like very heavy-handed. Right? From like a writing perspective. Also, it's kind of funny to, I don't even know, assign pronouns to a robot, but that's a whole nother thing. I guess there's like feminine and masculine robots or something. I don't know. It's just, the whole thing is confusing. Transformers want kids to change their parts. Oh my God. 1%. So it almost seems like an over-representation of a group, if you were to really think about it, right? Absolutely not. Gay people, sure, as long as it's natural, has no messaging, doesn't go out of the way to have it, and doesn't get brought up, but with gender ideology never brought up directly. I mean, it does seem like trying to, I mean, obviously you're trying to spread the message that this is okay, this is natural, this is acceptable, this is, you know, whatever, right? Well, everybody, I think, well, who said that? You said that the syndrome, you said the entire LGBTQ plus is about 2 to 3%. Well, guys, it's about to go to 5 or 10%. Just give it a few years, because with, I mean, with shows like this, I mean, right? I mean, give it like a decade. All the kids that watch these shows, I have a feeling will probably be more open to like the gender on a spectrum ideology, right?
What universe is it appropriate for little children to have this to have these messages put into their entertainment? It is wholly and entirely the work of people who are attempting to manipulate and to attack children through this style of programming, hoping that their parents aren't watching and they can just sneak it in. I
think I'll just have my kids watch some old stuff, though. Remember Fox and the Hound? Solid movie. I might go back and watch that. Toy Story 1, Toy Story 2, Ants. What else did I watch? Treasure Planet, I really enjoyed. Man.
That's what this goblin is doing. This goblin who...
Holy shit, I love it. Guys, yes. You said the narrative is looking like a PSYOP agenda to slow down birth rates. Interesting.
Posted about Charlie Kirk. Posted that Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, right? And doesn't deserve at all to be respected or venerated or memorialized at all. And they're shoving inside of their children's entertainment like trans propaganda, like every single show.
Crocodile Hunter.
It is wild, man. Cancel your Netflix. Elon Musk has just called cancel his Netflix account after he promoted a kids show that puts transgenderism on kids. It was written by an LGBTQ activist who mocked Charlie Kirk's assassination. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Yo, Steve Duke, welcome. Population control, yeah. I think as we see, this is kind of like one of my thoughts. As we see AI and robots get accepted into society, starts doing our chores and things like that, starts entering the homes. There's, a lot of people purchase them and stuff. I think you're going to start seeing more of these ideas of not having kids, of population control. Because what I'm thinking is once you have robots that could do all of the tasks of a human, you don't really need all of those lower level humans. You don't really need the lower class. You don't really need the middle class. I mean, you could just get rid of everybody and have robots, and then you could keep all the resources for yourself, and keep a few humans around for entertainment, of course. So that's kind of what I'm worried about with automation. So,
You'll never guess.
Maybe it all connects.
Why the F are you even commenting on this? Your sympathy for any of the families you slaughtered, weapons, random Nazi gets shot in public statement. You're so evil.
Wait,
there
what?
You go. Charlie Kirk's just a random Nazi who probably deserved it, right? Yeah. This is not okay. Cancel Netflix. Netflix appears to openly boast about discrimination against white people. In their inclusivity and diversity report, they celebrate the percentage of racially underrepresented directors and lead characters. They've been growing significantly over the past few years. Why does Netflix hire based on skin color, and isn't that illegal? Netflix stock has begun to crash, and it crashed really hard today.
It does seem like it's being pushed. I guess I could agree with you guys on that. It feels in your face. And I'm like, well, is it in my face because it's something I'm not used to seeing? So my eyes are drawn to it more, and I'm it seems like it's more. Or is it actually being pushed? And sometimes, there's sometimes I'm just so taken out of this is kid shows. I'm not sitting around watching kid shows. But even in I guess I don't want to say adult entertainment, but like regular entertainment, it seems like in movies and shows, some of the messaging is so heavy-handed and overtly in your face that it is difficult for me to suspend my disbelief and sort of enjoy the story, because it feels like I'm being preached to or propagandized. And it's sort of like they are showing and not, or sorry. They are telling and not showing, right? The whole show don't tell thing.
Netflix stock down more than 30 points. The market is up over 100. Would you look at that? Netflix stock down $30 today. This is what happens when you go full retard. Here we go. This is Fada Cater.
Well, you never go fool.
Netflix executive. She mocked Charlie Kirk's assassination and ridiculed his death. He died for Christ. Are y'all okay? A Netflix executive openly justifying the murder of Christian for Christian beliefs. Cancel your Netflix subscription. Look at this. It's like one thing to think this in the back of your little diseased mind. It's a totally different thing to post it on the internet. It's just like the transgender propaganda inside of children's entertainment. It just doesn't belong there. In whatever diseased brain space that you have, I guess you're, free to think whatever you want. But posting it on the internet, you want people to see it. You want people to understand how depraved you are. It's just like putting the transgender propaganda, sexualized propaganda inside of children's entertainment. It's sexualized propaganda in children entertainment. That's what it is. Yeah. Meet Hamish Steele, the creator of the children's show on Netflix, where they teach kids that they can be transgender. After Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he called him a Nazi. Netflix is silent. Their silence is deafening. Cancel Netflix.
Now, when was this? Has Netflix spoken on this? Because this was a day ago. Has Netflix said anything? Everybody's talking about the canceling of it. I'm not seeing that Netflix has come out. Let me see here. Netflix did not respond to CNBC's request for comment.
Yep, it gets worse. I showed you the Transformers clips. Transformers, got it. Okay, got it. Mass cancellation from Netflix is happening thanks to Elon Musk. Keep it going. Oh, yes. Scientist, Ada Twist, Scientist, a show for 7-year-olds on Netflix, showcases young students coming together to set up and celebrate their teacher's gay wedding. Barack and Michelle Obamas are the executive producers because of course Obama's the executive producer.
Wait, he's a producer? Huh.
Got it. Coco Melon, Netflix show for children, showcases a little boy in a dress dancing for his 2 gay dads. Why do you keep pushing this propaganda on children? Again, this is sexualized propaganda for children. That's what they're doing. Everyone canceling their Netflix subscriptions. Everyone showing that they're canceling their subscriptions in real time. This is Charles Rovikin. He's the chairman and CEO of the Motion Picture Association, which determines the age and ratings for movies across shows and Netflix. He's a Democrat, former Obama official. Is it starting to make sense why extremely inappropriate shows are advertised for children? That's exactly right. They should not be children's shows. These should not be children's shows. Don't forget, Netflix is trying to make Narnia woke now. They've hired an
Narnia, what?
Activist director and offered the role of Aslan to Meryl Streep. Goodness gracious. I'm depressed because I can't cancel Netflix with all of you because I already canceled it 3 years ago. Got it. This is an insidious psyop, the sole purpose of brainwashing. Netflix is owned by the Bernays family, who are propaganda terrorists. Netflix employed Obama as a producer, and Obama publishes all of his slop on Netflix.
Yeah, why not? What should I say in the poll? Let me think. Do you support Oh yeah, appreciate you. Like the stream, guys. If you like the stream, be sure to give it that old double tap. How about this? I think I got one. I think I got it. It'll give you so many characters, so I'm like trying to figure this one out. Okay, I'm doing too much. I'm just gonna do yes or no. I'm just gonna do yes or no. I don't know why I'm trying to be. Okay, hold up. Let me just. I'm like, oh my gosh, yes or no. Boom. And if you don't have Netflix, if you had it, answer the question. I was trying to be like, okay, well, if you don't have Netflix, would you cancel it if you did? It was just like, it got really stupid. So that should work for us, I think. That should work for us. Okay, well, 100% is canceling Netflix so far. Oh my gosh. Guys, poll in the chat. There we go. 14% say no. Well, one person, but still, I mean, they're coming in, guys. They're coming in. It's a slow time. It's a slow time of the stream. Oh, this is a perfect segue, guys. I have to use the bathroom. So, give me a second. Let me play some music, and we're gonna circle back here. All right. I can't wait to come back and see this poll. If you guys haven't already, please take your shoes off. Get comfortable. The world is weird, but we're here to watch it. All right, let me go do my thing. I'll be right back. There we go. So much better. I feel like I can think now. I can think much better. Oh, Lord Paralysis in the chat. What's going on? Good to see you. You're in for a fun one. We're talking about Netflix. Apparently Netflix is in hot water. Oh, where's my camera? All right, there we go. Ooh. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. GIK, good to see you. Good to see you. Yo, GIK, I'm gonna need another message from you. Otherwise, I'm gonna start thinking you're a bot. What do we got here? What's good? What's good? Okay, okay. Okay, you've completed this CAPTCHA request. Oh my gosh. Which, by the way, CAPTCHAs are getting hard for even me to do at this point. I'm starting to think I'm a robot. It's like wrong, wrong, wrong. Click on all the tiles with the fire hydrant. I swear I clicked on all the tiles with the fire hydrant. Is this little piece? Are you considering this little piece a part of the fire hydrant? I'm trying to figure out how many bicycles are. No, just guys. Anyway. Also, you know, I was thinking about this, obviously, while I was gone. Because I don't remember this type of, you know, messaging being in like the cartoons and stuff when I was growing up. I'm trying to think back to when I was 7. I guess I'm trying to think of like, if any of these ideas came into my head. I want to say around 6th grade. I think I had the thought. I thought about being gay. I was like, huh. You know, I thought about the concept of it, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, could I be gay? And I thought about it for about 3 to 5 seconds, and I realized, I guess I'm not gay. I don't think I'm gay. And that's pretty much the extent that it took me to figure it out, and kind of like, you know. But then again, I'm straight, right? So people would argue, well, society is kind of built around straight people, so it really, of course, is no issue for you, right? But my issue with the whole gay, straight, gender stuff is it almost only seems to matter when it comes to your relationship with another person, like an intimate relationship. Because outside of that, you're living a normal life, right? Like everything else is normal. You're still going to the store to buy your food. You're still going to work. You're still coming home and taking a shit. Regardless of if you're gay or straight, the only difference is who you're romantically entangled with, right? Engaged with or whatever. So it seems to take up like this much of your life in a sense, right? Of course, your relationship could be important. It's not what I'm trying to say, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. It's just one aspect of a lot of other things in your life. Oh, FBI. I'll always love when you guys drop in, keeping an eye on everything, making sure everything is legal and above board. I hope you will find that, you know, everything here is up to standard, up to code. But hey, I appreciate you. You said you'll see soon. I won't spoil the surprise. Yeah, please. I don't like spoilers, all right? But I'm glad you're here. You know, I'm just keeping an eye on us. So, Yo, FBI. I just realized you were sending other messages. You're killing me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she said, I don't swing that way, right? I'm flattered. I mean, hey, but I don't swing that way, you know? The best I could do is an autograph, all right? You want to buy me a drink? Okay, fine. You can buy me a drink. But I have to tell you, it's really not going to go anywhere. You're barking up the wrong weeping willow tree, okay? Because we are a weeping willow. I like weeping willow trees. Anyway, you know. For a bot, boo boo. What? Oh my gosh. You guys are lucky Crystal's not in here. She would be silencing all of you that use capital letters. Oh my gosh, she might be listening. Crystal, I'm just messing around. Some of y'all are lurkers, I forget. Lurking. Can't unsuck. He said can't things like a given moment. They really are not trusted. Nah, all the gay people I've met have been pretty decent people, pretty fun too. I mean, one is really smart, one of the smartest people I think I've met. Or well-read, I'll say one of the most well-read. Cultured, I'll say. Enjoyed my conversations with him. Let us continue, because I forgot where we were.
Cancel Netflix.
Oh, that's
Cancel.
right. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's check the poll. Cancel Netflix. So we did a poll. Are you canceling your Netflix? Well, basically we have 12 votes, guys. I think that's enough to say we did our due diligence here. 83% of you say yes, 17% say no. I'm more interested in the people that, are supportive or just don't care about this type of stuff in media, like where you guys are coming from. Because it seems like most of the chat is like, this is too much. They're going over the line. They're pushing ideas that shouldn't be pushed onto children, or they're exposing them to ideas at too young of an age. We could have those conversations, right? I'm kind of, but I'm curious of the other side, right? Smart and moral are two different things. Well, I mean, again, it depends where your morals fall, but they seem like good people to me. And I'm not saying all gays. I'm saying the people that I've met in my life. I'm not one to judge like that necessarily. I mean, as long as you're not trying to, touch on me, I'm fine. So, ooh, some of my weirdest friends are gay. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. He said Benny's secretly gay. Guys in the past made out with him. Okay, that's hey guys, you heard it here first. Yeah, definitely not all gays. Yeah, you said most gays. Okay, hey, at least we've got you down from all to most. I appreciate that. Actually, we're gaining ground here. I'll stand next to you and say, yeah, some of them are probably not great people. But I think I could find not great people in probably every group. So. Sounds about right as a societal microcosm. It kind of does. I think most people would fall on this being a bit weird, to be honest. But then again, that's my own sort of bias maybe showing, right? Because I'm falling on this kind of feeling weird. It was once I had a handful of clips. Because I was like, okay, if it's like a one-off clip in like one show, it doesn't really mean anything maybe. But then there does seem to be a pattern of it. I'm like, okay, all right. And then the heavy-handedness of it, I'm like, oh. Now, maybe I shouldn't be too critical of the heavy-handedness because it is a kid's show. So kid shows tend to be, I think, a little bit, heavy-handed with the messaging. And that's why the power of friendship will keep us strong, or, whatever. I don't know. So. You said not encouraging, teaching that exists. Yeah.
Netflix. This is my entire timeline. People saying they're canceling their Netflix. You should do it. Instead, you should subscribe to our new our YouTube.
There you go.
Come on, you can do that instead. Oh, the cows are trans too, right?
Stop it.
Okay, Fred? Well, the last time I saw my
Okay, well, to be fair, the cow seems to be a character, but okay.
grandma, I used a different name and pronouns. Well, that was before I discovered that Fred feels more like me.
Guys, this does feel a little weird.
Yeah, the cows are trans now. Got it. This is children. This is sexualized. Okay, so
He's saying sexualized. I don't know if it's necessarily sexualized, but I get what he means, right? But it feels like it's not. I don't know if I'd use that word necessarily.
Get rid of the political divisiveness of the topic, okay? Like, this is sexualized content. This is content of a sexual nature in children's shows. Just cancel my Netflix account. We are sorry to say goodbye. Cancel it. Cancel your Netflix account. Enough is enough. Canceling. Everyone is canceling. Netflix is pure trash. My parents just canceled their Netflix accounts. Cancel Netflix now. Cancel Netflix now. Netflix is an anti-American, anti-traditional.
Okay, got you. I mean, is there more to this? Or
white? Sounds like it's run by the Obamas. Yeah. Pretty easy to see how to cancel Netflix. Remember this on Netflix?
That was...
How's this even legal? You know what I mean? How's that even legal?
Yeah, that was weird.
Goodness gracious.
It was weird. At the same time, I think the story was meant to showcase the abuse that, what was it, young pageant goers or something along those lines face. I don't know if it was pageant goers, but it was to highlight the abuse and sort of bring that to the light. But maybe it was done in a way that, you know, a little weird.
Just canceled. Just canceled. Just canceled. Just cancel. Just cancel.
Obviously, I mean, yes. If it's, you know, a viral thing, you're gonna be able to find a lot of cases of people canceling.
Remember, for 10 years, forced me to cancel immediately. Just cancel. Enough is enough. Just cancel.
Sure.
Cancel.
Okay, I think that's the end of it. Benny Johnson, everybody. If you enjoyed the content or you want to see more of him, boom, right over here. You know. So that was his takes on it. I'm not gonna lie, it feels weird, guys. It feels weird. I want to hear some good defenses of it here. It's like, well, teaching about it, I suppose, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of the psychological aspect too, right? Oh my gosh, give me a second, Jesus. There we go. Jeez. Oh, I want to be able to stretch my legs out. Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay. We're back. All right, Lord Paralysis in here. I'm loving it. You said I could defend this easily. Some people don't feel a type of way to their gender. Wait, are you responding to me? Or I might need a little bit more than that here. I hope nobody's confusing being gay with that stuff, because obviously these are different things. Being gay is pretty straightforward and clear cut, in my opinion. It's, you know, if you're gay or lesbian or whatever, right? You are attracted to the same sex of people. This seems super clear cut. We don't need to rehash all of that. I think I think everybody has figured out the gay lesbian thing, right? Even bi. It's like, okay, you're attracted to both. Okay, cool. We got all of those people figured out, right? No, I know, and I've been meaning to have some of y'all on or something on voice, because these are difficult conversations and they frustrate me when I'm trying to type them out. Well, I think what a lot of people's concern is that this is going to somehow confuse a child, quote unquote confuse, and I don't know, maybe lead them to believe there's something they're not. Well, you say it's a common courtesy to treat people how they want to be seen. And it's like, guys, met trans people. You want to be called she? I'm like, whatever, she. want to be called he? He. You know what I mean? Pretty reasonable. I'm a polite person, okay? I'm trying to think of how to tackle this here. So, okay, hold up. A child would be confused regardless if they don't feel like a boy or girl. Okay, I'm glad you said that. Let me explain something here. I don't feel like a boy or girl. Okay? Now, I'm a straight, heterosexual, biological man. Okay? I don't feel like a man or a woman in my mind. What do I mean by that? Well, I've only experienced my life in this body as myself. I have nothing else to compare my experience to. So I don't know what it means to feel like a man or feel like a woman per se, right? It just doesn't really make sense to me. It's just I am a man, right? Because of my biology or whatever. Now that's like from the sexual sort of objective materialist viewpoint, okay? If you understand what I'm saying here. The concept of gender as, being disassociated with sex and sort of how society views you is, we could have that conversation. We could say, okay, these are two different things. But that's just wanting society to view you in a certain way. I don't know. The whole thing confuses me. I was just having this conversation earlier with somebody. I don't really understand what people mean when they say they feel like a woman. Like, I don't really... now, again, our brains are different, right? We all have different brains, okay? So I'm just not able to wrap my head around that because I'm not having that experience, I guess. Right? Well, what do you mean you're married to an asexual, though? What's an asexual? They're just not interested in anybody? Isn't that kind of an asexual? Or actually, I'm super interested. I never hear about asexuals, so I'm very interested. I guess the whole concept of gender identity is a little weird to me. Because it seems like there's this idea out there that we shouldn't treat people different based on their sex, right? Like men and women should be treated equally. We should treat them the same, right? And there's some people that say even culturally or like societally they should be treated the same, like in social settings, socially. And then you have people that are like, well, I feel like a man or I feel like a woman or I am a man or I'm a, whatever word you want to use for it. But what does that mean, right? I feel like it means you want to be seen as a woman or a man, but it's like, well, okay, then we're making a distinction between man and woman because simply being seen as something, it doesn't seem to really have much impact. I don't know. I'm thinking from the outside, guys. I'm on the outside. I'm just trying to understand here. It doesn't seem to have much impact. You want to be treated as the thing that you say that you are, right? She could do without the sex. So, I mean, I don't even know why. Okay, how do I say this? You said, my wife doesn't enjoy sex or have a strong sex drive, but she loves me. So she's with me romantically and sometimes sexually, but she could do without the sex. Okay. It's interesting to me that that's even a part of the community of LGBTQ. Because it just sounds like a person with a low sex drive. I don't think, I mean, I think sex and you know, being romantic with somebody, I think those two, it's like a Venn diagram. The circles go over each other quite a bit, right? There's a lot of intersection there, right? But I mean, I could see being romantic with somebody without necessarily needing, you know, sexual gratification or whatever, right? So it's just odd to me that they have that I don't know, it has its own category, I guess. But I mean, whatever. It doesn't really sound like an identity as much as it's just kind of like, just have a low sex drive or something. But it's interesting. It is interesting. I thought asexual people just, well, I guess you described it as I thought, I guess. Yeah. You're like, why would it be weird if it's its own category? I don't know. It's just kind of like, do we have a category for people with high sex drives? Like a person that's like, you know, really, you know, wants to have sex all the time, and like they have to have sex with, you know, their partner all the time to feel, you know, they're in this relationship or something. Is there like a name for that? Wait, pansexual? Is that what a pansexual is? Well, you said they want to do it with anyone, but that doesn't seem the same as just having a high sex drive. Technically, that'd be hypersexual, but it's not a sexuality. But asexual is a sexuality, even though it's just the opposite of hypersexuality. Guys, I'm just trying to understand. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. These are the things. I mean, I'm just trying to understand them as they are. So it's like LGBTQAH or something. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. I hear you, Sebastian. I mean, I don't know. We're talking about asexuals, and I don't know. I mean, it doesn't even matter. I mean, this is like so beside the point. All right, go for it, Paralysis. Oh, is there some moderation? Hold up. Oh, I need to pull up my other screen. No, just redacted. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, okay, you said that's what the plus is for. I don't know. I guess that's like, does it even matter at that point? It just feels like really personal preferences that I don't think anybody's marching against or being like, oh, you can't do that. I don't know. I guess it's just whatever to me. Oh, that's interesting. Why exclude straight people? But I mean, if you didn't exclude straight people, then it would just it would be too inclusive, right? You just have all people underneath the umbrella, which there's no distinction against anybody else, right? So. Having to reference someone in 2 words is demeaning. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by that? In 2 words? Are you talking about... Wait, what do you mean? Are you talking about pronouns or... Wouldn't it qualify as Q at that? Yeah, what is Q, by the way? Because the goal is to create community for anyone that specifically isn't straight, since straight is the majority. I don't like the community, though. It's unnecessary in modern times. I don't know. It almost feels to me like just subcultures or something, right? Sparta's identity basically means that you are attracted to several different genders but want to keep it personal. Yeah, this whole thing seems like it could be kept personal at a certain point. I don't know. Again, I'm not in the community, so maybe it's just kind of, that's why it doesn't really connect with me. I say go for it. I mean, do your thing. I don't really care. I mean, obviously, you know, to each their own. It just feels needlessly confusing, but I mean, maybe I'm crazy here. Well, it's this whole idea of identity. It's interesting to me that people want to label themselves. I don't know. It's just something, I guess, that is kind of weird to me. I don't like the putting myself in a box has always just felt odd. But then I understand if you know, okay, well, I'm straight, so I'm automatically put into that box. So if I wasn't straight, it's like, well, what box would I be in? So trying to like find your box, I guess. And I guess people find comfort in their box. So, let's just be something I don't have to think about. Maybe because I'm straight. I don't know. Labels to find others like them. I mean, that makes sense. A gamer, a streamer. No, yeah, we categorize ourselves. But it's not really your identity, though, is it? Right? I mean, how much of your identity, how much of you is being whatever you are, right? Obviously, you are that all the time, right? Like, I'm straight all the time, I guess. It's kind of a weird way to look at it, but yes, I'm straight, right? But how much does being straight make up my identity? Like, if somebody asked me to talk about myself, or tell them about myself, being straight does not really, I don't even know if that comes to my mind. It doesn't seem important unless I'm trying to be romantic with them, I guess, right? Y'all are crazy. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of focus on it. Having a name, okay. Dude, the same post at the same time was very weird from y'all. I'm not gonna lie, I caught that too, and I was like, that's kind of crazy. They do say great minds think alike. They also say broken clocks are right twice a day. Okay, I don't know. I was trying to find the opposite of it too, but yeah, I kind of failed there. But yeah. Nico, I think they're referencing the whole Netflix debacle that we're kind of, the whole reason we're on this conversation at the moment is because of the Netflix stuff.
This is
so. I mean, was there anybody else? I mean, I think we saw everything on it. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more people talking about it. I just don't know if the takes are going to be that much different. How do y'all feel about Eric Weinstein? You know, never mind. That's going to be a whole nother tangent. Oh, I didn't realize I typed in Betty. That's why. Netflix. Here we go. All right. Obviously, they're going to have the same take. I'm kind of interested in Asmongold's take. I kind of have a feeling I know where it's going to fall. I wouldn't mind watching Ty Rivera's take. I don't know. Did they make? I doubt they made one, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they made one yet. I like his content. I know. I kind of want to hear just like what the hell is Asmon saying about it.
A Netflix show CoComelon features interracial gay dads attempting to raise a baby as transgender who make the toddler dance for them in drag. I mean, there's no way this is real, right? I mean, like, there's no way.
I think the whole making, okay, I was taken aback, but the whole making them dance for them in drag, I think that was a bit of a stretch. I think that was a bit of a stretch, but yeah.
It's got to be fake.
Thing that we know about you, you learn to get up and dance. How about you break out those moves for your too big?
Oh my god, I was waiting for somebody to bring up the refinery explosion. I saw it right before I went live, and I was like, should we? Is there anything new with that? Is there a conspiracy? Is there something I'm missing? Because I mean, it didn't really seem like there was anything going on with it besides, oh hey, there was what appeared, I mean, from my viewpoint, to be an accident. I mean, who knows what it is, right? But is there spin on that already? You use a broken clock. I refer to it as the sun a lot. Yo, that's crazy. Because somebody said that the refinery exploding was convenient. In what sense? Okay, sorry. I'm getting so sidetracked.
Biggest fans. If you're not sure what to choose, think about all the things you like to do.
My favorite part about this is they gave the black guy the Killmonger haircut. You didn't have to do that. This is how you, by the way, this haircut is how you know this was made by white women.
Holy
Guaranteed.
shit.
Everybody knows it. I'm just going to say it. It's so obvious.
Think about all the things you like
It's a very popular hairstyle right now, it seems.
to do.
Uh-huh.
Just be you. Just be me.
Just be you.
When you're trying to decide, think
Man.
about all the things you like to do. Just be you.
That's right, guys, because if you like girl things, it means that you're actually a girl.
And I guess that's kind of like some of my issue with this is it seems like there's one side that's like, well, you know, being a woman doesn't necessarily mean being feminine in the traditional sense. But then when it comes to gender ideology, as it almost makes it seem like, well, if you're into these things that are traditionally girly, then you must be a girl or vice versa, which kind of seems to fly in the face of the other thing. So I don't know. The whole thing is just very odd.
That's right. So if you like gardening, you're a girl. If you like cooking, you're a girl. Surprise! If you like,
I thought the goal was to disassociate what you're doing from your gender or sexuality, right? Like you could be a guy and like cooking. You could be a girl and like football. You could be a guy and like gardening. You could be a girl and like engineering. I thought that was kind of the idea that we were moving towards. So it is a little odd that it's like, well, if a kid shows interest in this thing, then they might be trans. They might align with a different gender, but gender doesn't necessarily align with the things that you do. It's it's like different messages being said at the same time. That is what's throwing me.
Like makeup, you're a girl. If you like wearing a dress, you're a girl. It's so interesting to me that the people who always preach about gender identity and gender being a spectrum always assume that anytime that a kid shows an interest in something of the opposite gender, that the spectrum automatically goes to trans. Isn't that interesting and weird?
That is kind of, I mean, I don't know if that's what they're necessarily saying, but it is odd if that's sort of how people are looking at it, though, right?
I think that's crazy. Why is that? Why is it that every single, like, if gender is such a massive spectrum, then why is every kid that shows an interest in something that's feminine...
That's crazy, I just said this.
...automatically trans? What is this? It seems like there's a little bit of a logic gap here, right? What is that? And anyway, it's...
He's just much more animated with it, but...
Nation? Well, I don't know. Anyway, so this is another one here, and this is another kids show on Netflix. Let's watch this one. I don't know. Oh, it gets worse. Of course. Wow, I would have never expected that.
It's hard to know who's dangerous.
Sorry, I got to turn down this.
Okay, I was like, what is this music?
This is really important for us to hear this dialogue. I'm sure it's going to be amazing.
We heard this earlier, and I kind of want to go find the longer clip of this and figure out what is happening in the scene beforehand, I guess, to facilitate this.
It's hard to know who's dangerous or not.
I like Sailor Moon. Does that make me a girl? Yeah, it is. Go to your go talk to your doctor tomorrow, and you should start your transition immediately. Start it as soon as possible.
That's true, though disappointing.
Hey, it's okay. I know I'm safe when I'm with my friends or other non-binary people.
Non-binary?
Does anybody not see the irony in talking to a machine, a computer, and then trying to tell it that it's non-binary?
Okay, thank you. I made that joke earlier. I said, okay, he did it funnier. Because non-binary, right? I guess they're like super alien, sophisticated computers, so maybe, yeah. But it is kind of funny. They must have meant that. Like, the writers must have, come on. That was not by accident. That's so, I mean, it's kind of funny.
A computer? and then trying to tell it that it's non-binary? Am I the only person that this is like meta. It's a it's not Transformer, right? I mean, no. Okay, being trans and being non-binary are two different things.
Okay, which maybe we could have a conversation with about chat, because we got some LGBTQ people in here. I've had people tell me that non-binary and trans is kind of the same thing. I've had people tell me that it's not the same thing. So
it's not Transformer, right? I mean, no. Okay, being trans and being non-binary are two different.
Somebody asked, what Astralarius, what is a woman? Look, when I meet one, I'm gonna report back to y'all, okay? And I'm gonna say, guys, I've met a woman. Let me describe her to you. All right.
Things. That's different. And so, yeah, I don't know. Like, that's crazy to me. But anyway, let's look at this.
People who aren't female or male. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed.
I always knew my pronouns felt right, but what a wonderful word for a wonderful experience.
So this is for kids.
Morning. Can you, of course, morning. Can you switch,
This is the same one?
Nightshade's pronouns are they, them.
He or she just doesn't.
Yeah, we saw these ones.
My apologies. Please switch their piece.
I've seen this one before.
The plan. Of course.
So people are canceling a lot of their Netflix subscriptions. This really isn't that big of a surprise. Again, I think this kind of stuff is very weird. And I think also, do parents really want to have that kind of stuff in kids' stories? I mean, I don't really think so. I think it's pretty obvious.
William, right?
This is also another big issue, is that, like, if I was a parent and I was watching this, I would be uncomfortable just for the sheer reason that it's very obvious that they're trying to push this idea onto very, very young people.
All right, kids. Dan, man, appreciate you for coming through. Get some sleep.
And it's like trying to teach kids trigonometry whenever they don't understand multiplication, or they don't even understand adding and subtracting. Like, it's not that, like, the idea of being trans or non-binary, like, if somebody is like an adult and they have some idea in their mind, like, I usually generally try to respect what other people do and what they want to believe and how they want to see themselves. It's up to them, right? They're going to do what they want to do. And I'm not telling you have to accept it or anything like that. I'm just telling you, like, I don't want to get in at the end of the day, I don't want to get in an argument with somebody who thinks they're trans, trying to tell them what pronouns they need to use, okay?
Right, who cares?
I have so many more things in my life that I give a fuck more about, that's not even in my top 50, okay? So I'm not going to waste my time arguing about this, etc. Adults, sure, but leave the children alone. Yes, exactly, right? And it would make me uncomfortable as a parent when I knew that, for example, like, the amount of stuff that, like, my kid is watching is being made by adults in order to normalize a certain gender ideology. Like, it's a fundamentally very weird thing. And I think it's also, like, just really, like, parents need to be having this conversation with a kid. Like, a school needs to be having this type of conversation with a kid. Like, there's a reason why interactions with children about sexual topics are so highly controversial, taboo, and limited, right? It's like if you're a teacher and you're teaching kids this, you have to go through a bunch of different, like, you have to be a teacher. Obviously, it's hard to do. There's a lot of oversight for this. There's like a ton of people talking about how to do it in the right way. And so when you just take all of that and you ignore it and you just make a TV show and you just say, hey, if you were addressed, you're a girl, I think that you're kind of skipping a lot of steps there, right? And schools should not. I think that schools should do sex education, and I think that schools probably should teach kids at least about being gay, like that it happens and that it exists. I'm not...
I would say all that, yes. I guess it depends at what age, right? Because if it's like kindergarten, that's a little weird, right?
Saying that, like, for them to say, like, oh yeah, like if you've ever, liked a guy a lot and you're a guy, it means that you're automatically gay. But they should teach, like, I think I think schools should teach about sexuality. I think they should teach about religion, because I think schools, their responsibility is to prepare a kid for the real world, right? Like, that's the job that a school is supposed to fulfill. So a school should teach a kid about Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, right? And it should teach kids about, being straight, being gay, different types of race stuff. It should teach kids about, the Holocaust, about World War II, about different genocides. It should teach kids about all of this, of communism, Soviet Russia, everything, because that's what you need in order to have an informed citizen who can vote in a way that is beneficial for...
Exactly. You have to know what's out there. I think that is important. I think the conversation is really at what age? Because a lot of this stuff, if they said it was in high school, I don't think people would be having as much of an issue with it, right? I could be wrong about that. You said, Astra, you are lucky to be older and have an unbiased education on how to address trans people. The new kids, they're normalized to say what they sort of look like, while I don't even say she or him to them. Wait, the new kids, they're normalized to say what they sort of look like. Kids nowadays will address trans people as what they want to be called. Well, my whole thing is, if somebody says they want to be called she, it's like, okay, cool. If somebody says they want to be called he, it's like, okay, cool. Now, I've met people that have told me that some days they feel like men and some days they feel like women. If you expect me to change your pronouns depending on the day of the week, and you're going to be offended if I don't, you've lost me. You've completely lost me. But if you're just like, oh yeah, it's actually she. Okay, cool, she. All right. It's not even... It's like, oh, hey, Brian. Oh, actually, my name's Alan. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. It's not that deep, really. If you have guy looks, I'm a refrain saying what you are. Real world is in math, tax law, civics, trades, nothing worth a damn anymore. The 90s and the 2000s was the best. No one was racist or confused with their sexuality. People weren't having this bullshit drilled into their heads. I am interested. How much is it being taught in schools and stuff? It is, I guess, interesting to see the fact that it's made it to, I guess, just regular children's programming, right? Netflix and, whatever else. Has it changed school that much? Are they really learning about this stuff constantly? If they are learning about it, I would imagine it's just kind of like a one-day class or something, not a whole long thing. I only liken it to TPP. We had like teen pregnancy prevention in school, and that took up about a week of the school year. They would take over about one classroom or one period. So let's say like your first period was English. So like on Monday, English was TPP. And let's say your next period was social studies. On Tuesday, social studies was TPP. So it was like 1 week out of the year, basically. Some outside organization or whatever, some third party came in and taught about teen pregnancy prevention, STDs, and stuff like that. That's the only time I remember, I guess, somewhat sexual stuff being taught until I got to health class, right, at some point. And I guess biology to some extent, right? I mean, so 1 period per week. There's no way. Yeah. Was it 2 week? Or maybe for you. I'm trying to remember. I think it was 1 week. It was mainly about STDs and common knowledge. Yeah, I think we had it for about a week. So majority of public schools have at least one trans teacher. Just based on, because I thought trans people made up less than 1% of the population. Just based on that alone, I would think that that would make it unlikely for a majority of public schools to have at least one trans teacher. I could see a lot. I mean, I could see that maybe a lot of schools having trans teachers or a trans teacher. It's hard to believe a majority of them would, though, just considering the population is so small. Yeah, that would be actually really useful, Jericho. You'd be surprised. I wonder if there's even any data on that. But you said there isn't over 100 million public school. Okay, I mean, I have to think about this a little more. Okay, we'll have to look at data. Is there data on that? Do they track the demographics of teachers like that? Of their, I guess, sexuality? Maybe they do. I mean, I don't know. Well, I understand that, but it's like how many of them go on to be teachers, though? It's kind of the question, right? See, Carol, aren't you supposed to be asleep? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? There is no way it has been that long already and you've woken up already.
A country, right? That's what I would say. Okay, that's my fucking opinion. I know some people might disagree, but that's where I'm at. And so that's it, true brother. But I think it's a matter of degree and order and age, right? because teaching kids about this at 7 is very different than teaching them about it at 17. I mean, this is a very obvious truth that everybody knows. And so, yeah, that's about it. And anthropology courses do not fit education's agenda, unfortunately. Well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of times in history classes, you have a lot of overlap, etc. But they don't teach kids how to live at all. I don't think so. But anyway, so that's my viewpoint on it, right? And like how I think that it should be approached. And so you have a bunch of people. Oh, is this another one? Oh my God. How many of these are there?
It's not the park. It's me.
Oh yeah, we saw this already. So
I'm trans, Norma, and everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney, and I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier, and that's saying something when I spent today chased by terrifying zombie mascots.
It's weird to me that this type of conversation is even in a kid's show to begin with, right? I mean, why is a gender conversation even in a kid's show at all? Like, I mean, what's interesting to me about this, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like having this stuff in media, is that it breaks the fourth wall for me. And I don't know if it does that for you guys too, but it breaks the
literally was just talking about that, the suspension of disbelief. Fourth
wall in the way that when I see this on a show, I immediately am kind of taken out of the escapism of
because you feel as though you're being preached to or something, like they want you to think a certain way.
Media escapism of the fantasy, and I'm reminded of the fact that, wait a minute, I'm watching something that's being made in order for me to believe in ideology. You know, it like kind of puts my guard up a little bit. And it also makes me forget that, I'm watching something for entertainment.
And there's some things I've seen, and it'll like kind of jerk me out of the experience, I guess.
It reminds me that this is just simply a TV show. Like
I like to consider it bad writing, though.
Suspension of disbelief that you have with a TV show or a movie or something like that, or a video game, gets broken. I think that when you incorporate a lot of these different types of stuff. Imagine a shit in Lord of the Rings. I mean, I'm sure, I don't know if they have any of that in Rings of Power. I have no idea. I watched like the first half of the first season, and that was about it. Like Veilguard, and it makes you realize that like you're not playing a video game, you're watching propaganda.
He reminded me how important it is to live your life without apology. So I think I gotta.
And I think there's also like, and this is something that I think isn't really true for like the kids shows, but I think it's true for the adult shows, is that whenever they make these like kind of, these like kind of asides and these like statements like this, there's a degree of it that's very patronizing, isn't it? Where they're just talking down to you. They're telling you like, oh yeah, this is the way that you should be. This is
the correct way to be, basically. What's going on, Crystal? Good to see you here this morning. Using the Astropoo. I like it. I love it. You think I'm talking shit? Is that what it is? You think I'm talking shit? Jason, you're like, Asmongold might as well be trans. He's not very masculine. I don't know. This whole concept of like masculine and feminine, it's very just. When are you not talking shit? Good point, actually. Go to Reuters. I thought we already did this yesterday. I thought this was happening yesterday. Am I crazy? I mean, real quick. Let's see what we got going on over here. Is this what we're looking at? Is this what you were saying? And we need a poll on chat for Asmongold. An Asmongold poll. I don't know. Asmongold seems pretty chill. I've seen some of his content. I mean, it seems just like another person out there talking. He said it's a large ship they're using to go to Gaza. He said Coast Guard working on the front. I mean, he seems reasonable. He just gives his takes. I mean, I can't really hate him for his takes, right? I mean, I'm out here giving my takes. I mean, shit. I imagine sometimes I'll probably agree with him. Sometimes I'll probably disagree. I don't think that needs to be said. We're human beings, so that's kind of a given. But I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at over here. I'm seeing a ship. I'm seeing water. This is apparently live on Reuters here. Freedom Flotilla Coalition sails towards Gaza. Although I feel like it's Groundhog Day. I feel like we were doing this yesterday morning, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you're saying they're being intercepted right now. There's no sound. At least I don't think there's sound. Hold up. Yeah, there's no sound. Exactly, Crystal. No sleep. No sleep at all. You said go back 15 minutes ago? Oh, it actually lets me go back. Nice. Some don't. Go to like here. Hmm. Okay. He said it's just crazy what these people are doing trying to go to Gaza. Apparently none of them were bringing any aid. Well, that's what threw me off, because it was the Greta Thunberg one, right? Thunberg. And we were listening to the news on that, and it sounded like they said it was a symbolic mission or a symbolic, I don't know what you would call that, move of them. And I was like, well, what do you mean by symbolic? Did they have aid? Because if you have aid and you're bringing it and you're just distributing it, then that's not really symbolic. I guess maybe it's symbolic if it's not like enough aid to change anything. Maybe that's what they meant, but it kind of threw me off. Look, guys, some people are roach kings, okay? And some people orbit black holes. I don't know, man. Well, what's the point? If you're saying there's no provisions, then what's the point? Like, what are they trying to do is my question, I guess. Like, what are you guys getting at here? PR stunt? They want to stir the global crisis, using themselves as hostages. Is that a real thing? Did they really have supposed aid? It does seem kind of hard to believe. I mean, why would you just kind of put yourself in the middle of all this? But some of y'all are saying to stir the pot. Yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna. I haven't followed Greta Thunberg. I know her for the climate stuff. I haven't seen as much activism on these days. It used to be like there was a lot of climate stuff. There were people out, blocking traffic. People online talking about how it's the end of the world and. We should all care because the world's ending and you're destroying the earth and blah, blah, blah. I don't see that anymore. It's kind of odd. So either the problem was solved or all the people that I guess were drawing attention to the problem just kind of stopped. Or they're just not getting coverage anymore. I don't know what it is. I just looked it up. They was a claim by Israel military. So either their level of total bullshit misinformation, they're just saying that to spin the story to make themselves look a little bit less evil. Kind of stuff used to be shit. Now people realize they're destroying their own countries. I don't know about any of this warfare thousands of miles away. I got conflicts here. These folks were in my book. They're just doing this for money. He's Astra again. Benny has a good video on this. Don't mean to keep promoting his channel. I think you work for him. No, let me stop. But he usually has great coverage of topics. Of this topic, of the flotillas? Where are you coming from, Sebastila? Sorry, my vision tonight is failing me for some reason. Sebastilio. Sebastilio. Where are you coming from? He hits on all the viral world events. Greta, I burned styrofoam in her name. Mini satellite revolution in my backyard. Here's to you. You burn styrofoam? Be careful with that stuff. It could be sticky. Set up a 2-hour compilation on Israel. Oh, on Israel, because I was wondering what news stories you were talking about. No fringe outlandish bullshit, but verifiable facts. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that. We could definitely check it out. I mean, I think you were here. We hear this yesterday when we were going over Israel. They have a whole website dedicated to flotilla traffic or tracking. Damn it, C. Carol. Yo, guys, don't dissolve it in gasoline. Jesus. So I say be careful, man. You're going to end up getting that stuff stuck to you and you're going to burn yourself up. All right. The 9 axes. That was the political test, right? I might do it. I mean, we could probably do it. I don't know. I just don't generally do like all those political tests, you know, horoscopes and stuff like that. Not saying it's like a horoscope. That was the first thing that came to my mind. But I guess it'd be interesting to see which group I align with more, I guess. It's crazy how hard it is to see. Imagine that's by design, right? But yeah, exactly, guys. No anarchist cookbook or whatever it's called up in the chat here. Because people say things. There's things I want to say because I'm like, actually, that's interesting. There's something you could do with that, and I'm like, wait a second, guys. Giving out certain information to people in this crazy climate is not very smart. It would be weird if people are doing it and they don't have any aid or anything and they were just let through and then they got there and they were like, well, now what? Let me see, Carol, what'd you say? Guys. It's because it's being low. It's a low key Navy ship. All right. Yo, Jericho, that's what I was thinking initially. I was like, you're calling all of the leaders together to have a meeting, all of the military leaders. It's like, hopefully it's just a normal meeting. But what's so important that you have to have everybody there in person? I hope it's nothing. I hope it's, you know, nothing serious. We're about to go to war or something. That would be unfortunate, to say the least. So they have a small amount of aid to give, so not 0%. Well, sure. When I say like no aid, I mean they show up and they're like, well, would you like my half a bottle of water? You know what I mean? That's what I mean by no aid. This is an interesting detour. Hold up. Let me jump to live. Well, that's weird. Why is it paused? Okay. It's buffering. We're buffering, guys. I thought the ocean stopped moving. That's way more scary than any of this going on. Yeah, I guess that's the official stuff they said, right? I mean, we watched that, Christopher. And if that's all it was, then okay, cool, I guess. But the concern is, is there something cooking? Then again, if there was something serious cooking, you're not going to tell every single leader in the military, right? It would be kind of on a need-to-know basis, compartmentalized. I would think. I don't know. I don't work in that. That's not my, expertise. So what do I know? You say declared war on the cartels yesterday. I thought he already did that. Or maybe not. What was it? He designated them a terrorist organization? I believe he did that, right? You think this ship is going to be a huge thing? Iran wants to move its capital city. I've not heard that. Coast Guard accepts. Sebastian, take care. Appreciate you for coming through. Oh, I hear you, crap. I hear you. I don't know if you specified that last time. Actually, you might have. You actually might have to some extent. We feel similar in that. Oh, that shit hit the fan. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. All right, yeah. 17 hours ago, New York Times. Oh. Well, shit, they want me to pay money to read their article. Well, let's try this one. 16 hours ago, Fox News. Do they want me to pay money? No, they don't. Wait, do they? Do you guys want my money? Anyway, Trump administration tells Congress it's determined U.S. engaged in formal armed conflict with terrorist drug cartels. U.S. in armed conflict with drug cartels, Trump tells Congress. That's the Washington Post. Trump memo says U.S. in non-international armed conflict with cartels. You think they're gonna shoot the ship? I'm not a navigator, right? So even watching this, I couldn't really tell you if the ship turned around or if it's continuing on its course necessarily. But assuming it's continuing on its course, you'd think they're gonna shoot it. Shoot its engines out at the very least. The declaration means we could strike any minute. All right. Let me see.
On drug trafficking getting even larger in scale, the president declaring
I don't know why this feels like an old school. Is this real? Oh, it's 10 hours ago. I don't know why this feels like it's from like 30 years ago. I think I'm just tired, guys.
President Trump's war on drug trafficking getting even larger in scale, the president declaring cartels as unlawful combatants, paving the way for wartime powers. Here's D.C. Bureau reporter Ross Ketchke.
Tonight, the Pentagon taking new steps to use military force against drug cartels. In a memo sent to Congress, the White House saying the U.S. is now in an armed conflict with the narco gangs and labeling their members not just as criminals, but as enemy combatants.
And now we'll look at cartels.
Earlier this week, President Trump addressed the recent strikes on alleged narco boats in the Caribbean that he says were bound for the U.S. Those 3 attacks killing 17 people. The White House claiming all those on board were members of drug cartels, now designated as foreign terrorist organizations.
We had a lot of drugs coming in through water. We call it water drugs, just a simple term. We don't have any boats on the water.
South Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez backing the president, writing, "I fully support our military operation in the Caribbean to destroy the criminal drug cartels run by illegitimate..."
Something tells me they're going to start using some sort of submersible, right? That seems like it would be much smarter. Use a submersible of some sort. Probably harder to track and see and everything, right?
Dictator Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. President Trump must have all options on the table to annihilate these thieves. Much of the crackdown on cartel activity has focused on Venezuela and Maduro, the U.S. placing a $50 million bounty on his head and designating Maduro as a known leader of the infamous Cartel of the Suns. This week, Maduro saying he's prepared to declare a state of emergency over what he calls U.S. aggression.
We'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela has been very dangerous with drugs and with other things.
And in that memo to Congress, the Pentagon did note those 3 strikes on the alleged drug boats were fairly limited in their scope, but that the U.S. military
said radar. Is radar? Well, what does radar penetrate? Or is there like, I guess, like some sort of sonar or something?
They're ready to continue combating any cartel activity.
And Ross, as you know, some members of Congress have raised concerns over the strikes on those drug boats. How are they responding to the White House now saying the U.S. is officially in an armed conflict with the cartels?
Well, tonight we are hearing from the lead Democrat of the Senate Armed Services Committee. He's raising some of those very same concerns tonight, Louis. He's saying that he agrees the United States needs to continue to try to stop the cartels, but worries these moves from the president amount to him effectively trying to declare and carry out a war without any approval from Congress.
Hello and good evening. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Lindsey Granger, filling in for
Water drug. So U.S. at war. It's 2 hours ago. U.S. at war with drug cartels, ? Trump's militarization of Chicago continue. Oh, well, that's, yeah.
Blake Berman. This is The Hill on News Nation. Trump now saying the U.S. is in an armed conflict with drug cartels. This after the president ordered a U.S. military strike on 3 alleged drug smuggling boats from Venezuela. Meanwhile, drones, helicopters, and arrests as ICE operations continue throughout Chicago. We go live from the Windy City, where there's an inside look at the
getting out of this shutdown. Today, as President Trump says, even now,
soybeans and turn them into jet fuel
because of the uncertainty over whether they will be paid in a certain time. So
forward-looking, saying we
were actually there staging, trying to target someone else. It had nothing to do with the shelter at all, but when they pulled up nearby across the street, people started running from the front of that shelter. So they ended up arresting 3 individuals who they say are all here illegally. They say they never actually entered the shelter. Now, we have been on scene when they have been operating in the south side of Chicago as well, in the South Shore neighborhood named
Okay, well, we're getting way off topic here. Well, yeah, I see, Carol, but if it might send a message, maybe they might be a little bit more careful about maybe moving product if they see their product is being exploded. Also, it might be a little bit more expensive to pay the people to move the product if there's a higher risk of being exploded. So, yeah. At this point, I don't think it's about the amount of drugs that were stopped. I think it's more about the messaging behind it. Yes, dude, drone warfare is just warfare is no joke, but drone warfare is just scary. I mean, right now, there could be a drone headed right for our place, right for your house. You wouldn't even know it, and then boom, you're done. It could just drop a grenade on you. Some dude's like a mile away, just remote controlling a little death rotor machine. Yeah, probably. There's probably a lot of corruption.
President Trump's war on drug trafficking getting even larger in scale. The president
I do what I have to do.
Sinaloa cartel leader admits Trump is stifling cartel operations. That's just weird that they would come out and say that. That's just weird, but okay.
I do what I have to do. You know?
Why do you say you do what you have to do? Couldn't you stop doing this?
No puedo.
You can't.
Ya cuando entras, ya no sales a muchas veces.
Once you get in, you can't get out. Do you think what President Trump has been doing has been making your job tougher?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
But it's becoming more difficult, you think?
Yeah.
In a bizarre interview.
But yeah, bizarre. That does sound bizarre. I mean,
on CNN, an anonymous member of the Sinaloa cartel explained that Trump's immigration and drug policies.
Okay, now they said a member. In the title, they say leader. I just wanted to point that out.
Have put a damper on their black market tradecraft.
Because I was like, why would a leader come out and say this? It's just, why would they have an interview? That doesn't even make sense.
Dressed conspicuously in a black mask, sunglasses, black gloves, and a hat to conceal his identity, the alleged leader of El Chapo's former gang met with CNN's senior national
Okay, never mind. Now they're saying leader again. Let's go.
Correspondent David Culver inside an SUV at a Phoenix parking lot.
Wait, what? Did they just dox him? I'm so confused. Hold up.
Identity, the alleged leader of El Chapo's former gang met with CNN's senior national correspondent David Culver inside an SUV at a Phoenix parking lot.
They kind of doxed him.
The cartel member, who said he is not a U.S. citizen, revealed that cartel members are using Americans to help transport illicit drugs into the country.
You all are using social media to get to young people, young teens, and recruiting them to be part of it. Some of them, many of them, are American citizens too.
It's just like that.
That's life.
It's like that, you know. But
so even though they may get caught and spend many years in prison, that's their fault, as you see.
Yeah.
CNN further revealed that cartels are charging much more to get migrants across the southern U.S. border because of Trump's crackdown on illegal
yeah, that
migration.
just makes sense.
According to Fox News, border hoppers are expected to pay $10,000 each instead of about $6,500 per person prior to the Trump-era policies. The Trump administration has dramatically stepped up its battle against the cartels. In early September, President Trump revealed that the U.S. military killed 11 people in a drug-carrying boat off the coast of Venezuela, days after deploying warships to the coast of the South American country. A few weeks later, the president ordered 2 more strikes against drug smugglers on boats, killing 6. The anonymous man on CNN is not the first Sinaloa cartel member to credit the Trump administration for its robust approach to halting the human and drug trafficking operations at the southern border. In September, Margarito J. Flores Jr., who made millions with his twin brother as members of the drug cartel, praised the president in an interview.
I think the aggressive approach is going to send a strong message to every drug trafficker across Latin America and places like Venezuela that's used as a transport hub from Mexican cartels and Colombian organizations to transport their drugs, that they're going to go after everyone.
The White House at war with the drug cartels. President Trump determining that the U.S. is in an armed conflict with the drug cartels that the administration has designated as terrorist organizations.
The United States has now reached a critical point where we must use force in self-defense and defense of others against the ongoing attacks by these designated terrorist organizations.
In a memo
DOD, U.S. in armed conflict with
by
cartels.
News Nation, shared with members of Congress by Pentagon officials, it says the U.S. has now reached a critical point where we must use force in self-defense and defense of others against the ongoing attacks by these designated terrorists. And this follows the 3 recent deadly strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean. The memo says the alleged smugglers are, quote, unlawful combatants, and that the Pentagon was legally authorized to strike the boat in the Caribbean last month. This also lays the groundwork for potential more strikes, even within Venezuela. Here's more from the president this week.
If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence, because it's the only language they really understand. That's why you don't see any more boats on the ocean. You don't see any boats. Around Venezuela, there's nothing.
There's still
to be
questions
fair,
around the legality of these.
Legality, yeah, sure. But, if you're dropping bombs on the boats, there's probably going to be less boats. Right? I imagine they would try to find some sort of other means to move their product. Now, of course, if there's an ocean in between you and your customer, You either use a boat or use a plane, right? I can't really think of anything else besides a submarine or some sort of submersible. So, yeah. I mean, I hear you, Steve, but, you know, it's a price. It comes at a cost. And this happening is just going to make things cost more, like drugs, for example, right? Which means you could kind of make more money if you can get around it somehow. It's kind of messed up. The harder they make it, the more profitable the workaround becomes, if that makes sense. How about I don't know what you're talking about, David Kendall. An SJ, I don't know what that is. But it's not like people are going to just stop doing it. If this is where they get their, you know, their bread buttered, so to speak, they're going to probably try to find another way to do it.
Strikes, the president getting questions from both sides of the aisle. Republican Senator Rand Paul saying that these individuals suspected of a crime deserve a trial and legal representation regardless of what they are accused of.
Imagine if I was them. At this point, I would try to use some sort of touring agency or something around tourism, right? Or shipping. You gotta, okay, wait, what am I talking about? We're not gonna sit here and try to figure out how to work around this, but I imagine the powers that be are already looking 2 or 3 steps ahead, right? So I do think it sends a strong message though, like, hey, you guys might want to stop sending drugs over, because you can argue over the legality of what we're doing. You can. It's hard to argue the legality when you're dead. So I do think it'll have a chilling effect. Most of it's coming through legitimate shipping routes. See, and that seems to be the smart way to go about it. You don't just have a boat full of drugs just flying somewhere with no other reason, right? I would say you smuggle your product with a bunch of other things. So people or other like legitimate products being shipped or something like that. But I don't know. I'm not a drug trafficker, so I don't even know. I'm a layman, all right? I have no idea. Exactly. Who knows what's in those containers? I don't know what the traffic back and forth here looks like. So, again, not my expertise. I just don't traffic drugs across the ocean. So, you played Drug Cartel Simulator. Okay. Well, I was wondering how you guys were so knowledgeable on it. Now I know. Guys, I need to download that game. Send me a link. Smuggle me a link. All right. We're done. So, okay, that's happening. Well, that's unless they could triangulate it back to you. A lot of times, I think they try to intercept the signals, and then they could track it back to the user. But sure, I see what you're saying, though. Yeah. You didn't do a simulation, just 3 years. I'm clean now. So you give us the inside scoop. Well, the issue is if you're moving a ton of weight, I mean, you're going to need some big ass drones, right? Or you're going to need a lot of drones, which is going to draw attention. If we're talking about the people moving like large amounts of stuff, I think you need a, like somebody in chat said, people on the inside to look the other way, or you got to be shipping it with other things. But by itself, out there in the open, just flying drones, just doesn't seem smart to me. Okay, no, yeah, sure. If you were to personally do it, oh yeah. Like the small scale stuff, yeah, maybe a drone or something, right? Carrier pigeon, you know. I'd probably try to train a bird myself, like a crow or something, maybe a raven. But yeah, that makes sense in the small time, right? Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Jail sucks. Stay away from there. You know what? I'm going to take your word for it. I'm going to take your word for it. It's a PSA here, guys. Hey, what? Contraband police, what is this? There is 1981, and as a young officer trainee, you are assigned to work at a border post in the mountainous region of screen is far away. Karikaka? I can't see it from here. Entry into the Archaeus People's Republic is strictly regulated by the party, and your every move is monitored. The situation at the border escalates when your comrade is killed during one of the interventions. This is a game? Like, what are you doing in the game? Oh shit, I didn't see your other ones, damn. I need to check Discord while I'm live. That's like one of my issues. Yo, Kami, what time is it? Bro, Kami, are you in chat? Are you lurking? I'll message you. If I got a single kilo of pure... Jeez. This is a hobby. Gonna be a drone guy. Yeah, guys, I have to go ahead and we should promote lawful employment situations. Yeah. I think that's what we should promote here, guys. Don't do illegal activities. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Don't do illegal things, guys. And girls. Guys and girl. An army of drones will pay for itself in one shipment. It just seems like too much risk. My God, what do I know? Spanish check around. That would not cause collateral damage. All right, C. Carol. Likely story. Yeah, this is why I don't be doing freaking Discord while I'm over here. I'm typing away here. All right, whatever. Nice. At work, on the phone, getting paid. I love it. Well, listen, while you're at work, on the phone, getting paid, I need you to do a fourth thing. Hit the like button. Let's go. All right. I haven't seen the JD Delay stuff. I saw he was out there. Somebody had sent, what the hell? What's going on with the stream? Somebody had sent me some of his content. Oh, okay. Somebody had sent me some of his content earlier. I didn't see that stuff though. I saw he was there because I think he met up with what's the kid's name or the guy's name that was being harassed by potentially an Antifa member, and there was a laser pointed at them. Looked like a sniper had him scoped up. I forget the kid's name or the guy's name. I'm tired of working. Sucks. Just another reason to fly drones. All right, sounds good, C. Carol. Wash your dirty ass. All right. Where is... Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the stream of every time I say something about it, it fixes itself. But the JD Delay thing, I might check that out. Cheers. Chile, what's going on? I thought you were lurking. I can sense you lurking. Question is Kami lurking? I feel like Kami, I know you're lurking, bro. I know you're lurking. You can't sleep. You can't sleep. You're over here. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. Our lurking communist. Oh. Sleepy. Very nice. I'm yawning. I don't really feel as tired, but I'm yawning. What does that mean? All right, well, we'll probably circle back to the boat stuff here. I actually did have stuff pulled up for stream I was interested in checking out.
Washington, D.C. And who did I bump into? One of my favorite members of the United States Congress, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
And one of my favorite senators.
All right. Anyhow, as everybody knows, we are now in a
I don't know why. This feels like an AI video or something.
government shutdown. Republicans are...
Is it the focus going in and out or something? It feels like, what's that movie with, is it Brad Pitt? Something Las Vegas? Loathing? Can't recall.
in a government shutdown. Republicans are attacking Alexandria, attacking me. Why didn't you vote for this clean CR to keep the government open?
Well, there's nothing clean about it. This is one of the dirtiest tricks that is being pulled on the American people right now. Starting today, October 1st, and throughout the rest of the month, Americans across this country are going to start getting notifications that their insurance premiums are up to doubling. We're talking about...
Say that again.
Your monthly insurance premiums are going to double for millions of people across the country.
At a time when we are already paying, by far, the highest prices in the world for healthcare at a time when people can't afford it right now. So what happens?
That means...
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to this. I think it's just, I might just be tired. Maybe I need to get some rest. Maybe I shouldn't look at the video. I'm just going to listen to their words. I can't look at the video because for whatever reason, it is very hard for me to stay focused on the damn video. I feel like I'm tripping. What the hell?
Your monthly insurance premiums are going to double for millions of people across the country.
At a time when we are already paying, by far, the highest prices in the world for healthcare at a time when people can't afford it right now. So what happens?
That means people getting bankrupt over chemotherapy, people going to the pharmacy and not being able to get their insulin. And frankly, it means a lot of Americans are going to be in danger. And Republicans want us to rubber stamp that. So what are we going to say to that, Bernie?
Well, I'll tell you, it's not only be in danger. Let's be clear. And it doesn't make me happy to have to say this, but there have been studies out there that when you combine doubling premiums for the ACA and then throwing 15 million people off of Medicaid and the ACA, the result is, according to studies at Yale and the University of Pennsylvania, 50,000 low-income, working-class Americans will die every single year. All right? If you don't have the money to go to a doctor and you're sick, you die. And that's what we're looking at. That's what this clean bill is about.
And so Republicans want us to rubber stamp that. And we're saying no. We need to stand up for the American people. We need to stand up for our healthcare system. And if they want our votes, they need to make sure that we're protecting every American and making sure that we can do what we can to continue to make
we're going to have to jump into healthcare. I should have known that's what this was about. We're going to have to jump into healthcare at some point. I need to become a little bit more, what's the word? Well-versed. Oh, versed. What do we got here? C. Carroll. Yo, I have so much that I want to say during these streams, as I'm sure a lot of other people do too. You ever consider? Yes, I have considered it. It's kind of why the Discord exists, partially. I just haven't really had people on yet, but setting up some sort of system of having people be able to call in or whatever through Discord or whatever and talk for a few minutes, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to do it, basically. Is it just like people drop in for a few minutes? It'll probably be like a segment, right? Or like just moments that I'm like, okay, guys, we could take callers, so to speak. Because it would be easier to have some conversations through voice than me talking and then waiting for you have to get, me talking, then you have to type it out, then send it in chat. I have to wait for it to pop up as a chat message with 20 other chat messages going by that I'm also possibly responding to. So, yeah, we're going to get to that. We're going to figure that out. Oh, yeah, I got you. No, I got you, C. Carol. I got you. Oh, I guess right. What do you have? What do you have in mind? I'm curious. What do you want to share off of your mind? I understand it's not ideal having to use the old keyboard, but you know, just in general. You said he broke his shin and got it casted within the week. Wait, what do you mean within the week? When did you get it the same day? Or do they not do casting for that stuff the same day? I guess casting would be different than just getting it set. I guess that's not the point we're looking at. We're looking at the free point. They got it for free. Okay. I mean, I have a lot to say. Well, yeah, right. I have a lot to say about a lot of things. All depends on what you're talking about. Yeah. That's the difficulty with this as well, because sometimes I don't even know what I'm going to be talking about. For example, I did not know I was going to learn about Australian animals yesterday, but I'm glad I did. Have you guys heard of what is it? The lyrebird? The lyrebird? I think it's called lyre. I almost don't think it's real. Exactly. And a lot of people have strong opinions, right? So, yeah, I need to get on it. Just kind of figure out how I want to go about it. Lyrebird, yep. Oh, great. Somebody's hacking my computer. That's always nice to see. Oh. Apparently it can sound like anything. I listened to one sound like a chainsaw. I couldn't believe it. I don't know if I do. Yeah, the mimic ones. It's crazy. I guess there's different birds that do it, but the level of mimicry was impressive. And uncanny. All right, C. Carol, enjoy the shower. I did want to dive into the Antifa subject again. I might try that maybe in my next stream or tomorrow or something.
I love it.
So they had a packed house in northern Utah last night. Turning Point USA
returning to that state for the first event since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Long lines stretching outside before the doors even opened. Security was super tight. Thousands packed the Utah State University Stadium. TPA USA contributor Alex Clark, speaking on the reach of Charlie's legacy.
This is the biggest crowd Turning Point USA has ever pulled on a tour. We are witnessing the most powerful conservative youth movement in the history of America. I love you too. We're a family, aren't we? I'm not here to eulogize Charlie Kirk. I am here to pass the torch on to every single one of you. Tonight, each of us certainly feels the weight of this loss. But what we don't do, what we refuse to do, is bow to despair. Charlie Kirk did not spend his too short 31 years on this earth building a global movement so that it could all fall apart and we could cry over its ashes. He was building something that would outlast him.
Jason Chaffetz was there last night. He was on the panel. We'll get his observations in a moment, but first the reporting. Spanish Fork, Utah, and Matt Finn.
Yes, uncanniness. If you want to drop that in the Discord, that'd be cool. Uncanniness is weird. It looks human. It should be, right? But something's just not... Something's off with it. It's not just humans, too. I think animals could be uncanny. Yeah.
There. Hey, Matt. Good morning.
Hi, Bill. Charlie Kirk was assassinated here in Utah 3 weeks ago today, and shortly after, his widow said that Charlie's signature speech and debate would not stop on campuses, and last night, Turning Point's tour returned to Utah for the first time. Thousands of people lined up hours before the event began inside the arena at Utah State University, about 2 hours north of where Charlie was shot. Attendees were greeted by heightened security. Everyone went through metal detectors. Charlie Kirk was supposed to be there last night for this stop of his American Comeback Tour that was planned months ago, which is now called This Is the Turning Point Tour. Now, some of his supporters say Charlie's death only expanded his reach, and they're happy Turning Point is proceeding with campus events.
I just want to continue to learn and grow my knowledge. I think that's what Charlie Kirk stood best for, was his ability to learn.
I'm just hoping that, for people that are kind of up in the air right now, not really sure what to believe in life, that they'll understand a greater purpose of why they're here. Understand that it's not really just about one side or the other side, but it's about God. That's really what makes life important, is following Him.
Now carrying on with Charlie's signature campus debate, a panel of guests, including Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox, interacted with the audience and took questions. Governor Cox touched on people like Charlie's shooter who apparently justified extreme violence based just off speech.
Because someone said something that you don't like, that's violence towards me, which then justifies me being violent towards this person for speaking. And that's exactly what happened in this case. And that is a destructive mind virus in our society today.
A few hours before last night's event, students were evacuated from one building on campus over a suspicious package. A bomb squad detonated the package that was deemed a non-explosive. And moving forward, Turning Point says it's not going to do outdoor events on campuses, at least for now, after Charlie was shot here from a roof. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll wait until the accused is back in court, this time in front of a judge, not virtual, I understand. Matt Finn, thank you. Spanish Fork from there today. Dana.
And Jason Chaffetz also spoke at the event last night. He gave an emotional account of a phone call that he had with President Trump after witnessing Charlie Kirk get shot.
At the end of the conversation, I said, "Mr. President, how are you doing? You knew Charlie?" He said, "Yeah, this one really hurts." He said, "I don't know that I would be the President of the United States without Charlie Kirk." That's true. I really don't know. I know that Charlie was such a good friend, so inspirational, and did more for people under the age of 30 than anybody I've ever seen in our lifetime, and I hope that continues. It's so exhilarating to see so many people here. Just grab hold of that mantle and keep going. Don't ever slow down.
And the Fox News contributor joins us now, Jason Chaffetz. You know, we're 3 weeks from that day, and I'm wondering, since you were there, you witnessed it, you're with your family, and having that chance to be with the crowd last night, nearly 6,000 in attendance last night, according to Andrew Colvett. He put that on X last night, saying that was like the biggest event. The lines were forming hours before. I'm sure that might not be a surprise to you, but I wonder about your observations since then.
Well, it's not even an election year. I've never seen so many people under the age of 30 fired up and engaged and involved with politics. And when we talked about religion and faith and family and love of country, they cheered. I mean, that's so refreshing. That's something that Charlie was bringing out of the young people. And I tell you, that crowd was probably 90+% under the age of 30. And they're fired up. They're excited, and it fires you up too. It was very exhilarating. It could have gone on for hours more, but it was really neat to see. It was really great for the community and inspirational.
It's a great school. I was going to say my dad actually did a graduate work there at Utah State, and Logan is a great town.
Yeah, good stuff there, Jason. You said last night when speech becomes violent, these people need to be arrested. And I want to play you a clip from Joe Rogan's podcast. He kind of went off. This was yesterday with Rogan.
The fact that people were cheering when he died, normal people, housewives, moms, like people working at banks, people working at various industries, celebrating a man getting shot in front of his kids, in the front of the whole world.
That's
like,
evil.
What the is wrong with us? Most people recognize, like, hey, as a collectively, as a society, this is not right. It just got shot in front of the whole world. It's not a thing to celebrate ever.
So you said they need to be detained. Some of them need to be incarcerated when the speech becomes violent. Did you find that those in attendance last night felt like Joe Rogan felt, or were they talking about it that way?
Yeah, I think if Joe Rogan had said that right there, everybody would cheer, because it's exactly right. Everybody's seen vile talk and...
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. Probably shouldn't be out there, guys, celebrating people's assassinations. I find it pretty lame. In my opinion, does not look good. It does not bode well for you. What are you guys arguing about in here? Let's see. Steve Duke, evidence that cutting government health care. Oh, what are you guys arguing about? Well, I don't know how you missed it, Lord Perilous. There's definitely were people celebrating. Yeah, that's without a doubt. I mean, I didn't say hundreds. I mean, it's probably thousands. But, I mean, I can't just back that up necessarily, but I saw enough people to extrapolate from and think, well, there's probably, thousands of people. Wait, I thought you just said you didn't see anybody. Wait, you said I haven't seen anyone actually celebrating. Now you're saying 50 people, sure. Well, yeah, thousands, because if you only saw, this is the thing, you only saw the crazy people that decided to record themselves and post it to the internet, right? That's already a bias right there of people that are silly enough to post that. So how many people have the same feeling but don't put themselves on camera and go out there and post it, right? Now, again, we're not going to get the data on that, but I'm just saying, something tells me it was a lot more people. I would like to think most people aren't like that, though. I'd like to think that that's a very small minority of people, but... No, celebrating is different than not caring. Sure. I mean, I'm not going to disagree there. But if you're saying that you didn't see anybody celebrating, I find that hard to believe. But if you didn't, then there you go. Hey, I mean, that's good, I guess.
No one understood or had the heart. And Trump announced users also flooded social.
No, this looks like people celebrating. This does not look like people not caring. Man, what are you guys on about? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Wait, what do you say? He celebrated dead gays and Palestinians in an interview Astra saw. Okay, guys. Oh my God, I don't know why we have to re-go over this one, but no, please, let's just. Let me see. What am I looking for here? Now, maybe I'm misremembering, like last week or something. Let me see if there's these videos. Maybe I got it misconstrued with what they're saying.
I'm sad. Distraught. In fact, I just cried on my live stream in front of 250,000 people.
Dean, you know a bunch of us have access to you in your Discord.
He's pulling on
Blah,
us.
blah, blah. I guess it is harder to pull their shit now because, I mean, after they posted it, it probably didn't go well for him.
Kirk got shot.
I really don't have to go to X.
People that are like, no,
They call them a demon. They call them hit daylight because they
you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Well, breaking fucking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fantafast's favorite 5-mile wide mouthpieces, Charles Chucklefuck Kirk.
Hi, Donald. Thought I would check in after, today's activities. Charlie Kirk? I mean, he himself said a couple of deaths here and there aren't so bad to keep our Second Amendment right. And then later, another.
Anyway, like I said, I mean, the claim he made was there was nobody celebrating, which, I mean, that's just obviously not true. But either way, I think that's probably bad. To each their own. But I don't think that's good. I don't think it's a good thing to do. Ooh. This is hypocrisy when each side celebrate. No, it's not hypocrisy. If somebody celebrates somebody being murdered, I'm going to say, hey, that's kind of lame, my guy. Probably shouldn't do that. I don't care if you're left or right. It just so happens that the most, biggest story of the last month or two of somebody being assassinated and people celebrating it is Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, when it happens the other way around, I'm going to say, oh my gosh, guys, that's really lame that you're going out there and celebrating that, and it's just going to bring hate upon you. But, I mean, I'm sorry that I only have Charlie Kirk to point to at this exact moment for it, but... Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum, ba-da-ba. Biddy-biddy-boo-boo. Well, I don't even know what's being argued anymore. I just said it was lame that people were celebrating it. I thought you said, wait, where were people celebrating it? You didn't see people celebrating it. Then you said, well, people not caring is not the same as celebrating. Then you said people making jokes is not the same as celebrating. I'm just showing pictures of people just literally celebrating. I'm watching videos of people literally celebrating. So, because the original claim was that people weren't celebrating. So, I mean, I'm not really going to argue about the nuances or go into the weeds on it. I mean, there were people celebrating. That was the initial claim here. Whether it's en masse or the percentage of people, I don't really care. I mean, that's not at all what I was getting at. Just in general, it's probably not a good thing to do, but to each their own. Like I said, I just don't think it's going to help you optically in your movement. I don't think it's going to help you in terms of your safety by posting that type of stuff. I think you're inviting violence upon yourself by doing that. If you are celebrating somebody being killed for their speech and you're posting that on the internet, it almost sounds like an invitation for somebody to be violent towards you, because you're celebrating the violence against somebody for speech in your speech. You see what I'm saying? It kind of opens up this social contract for other people. So that's kind of why I think it's just a silly thing to do. But clout is one hell of a drug. So clout is one hell of a drug. Yo, Christopher, what's going on with you? I've seen like 3 retracted messages here. Are you good? Are you okay? Spell correction is killing me. It seems like it, like back to back to back. Oh yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, some people were making jokes, some people weren't making jokes. I mean, when it comes to comedy, that's a whole nother conversation, because it's like, well, what's off limits? I tend to believe nothing's off limits when it comes to comedy. So, although my balls are not big enough to joke about that, it's a too soon thing. So. Oh, docs keep saying dozed. What big people are you talking about, out of curiosity? But I get you. I mean, hypocrisy is lame in general. Yes, I would tend to agree. Sorry for the silence here. I was thinking about playing this dude. He's a sociology. I want to say Penn State. Oh, I've shown a couple of his things. I need to know this by now. But I've enjoyed each of the lectures or segments from his lectures that I've seen. Sociology 119. Pennsylvania State University. Yeah. So I might listen to this. I'm not sure yet.
The killing of Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk has spoken in this room a couple of times. And he is for those who don't know, he started university when he was 18, like many of you, most of you. And, you know, he really wanted to be involved and be active. And when he got to the university, and I met Charlie Kirk when he was here the first time, he decided that he started taking classes, and he sat in on some of these big lecture classes, and, you know, where you take notes. They put
Are you talking about this video? I don't think so. I haven't seen this one. Because this was posted 2 days ago. So it could be from the same lecture. I don't think it is, though. News reporters making fun of the same politician who had to fight off an attacker while wearing only underwear. You know what? I haven't gone down that story. Was it Pelosi husband? Was it Pelosi's husband? I don't recall this story. And I wasn't really engaged, I guess, that deeply. I didn't see people making fun of it, so. Pelosi's husband, yeah. Yeah, I don't know anything about that story. Besides, I mean, I just remember there was like some weird stuff around it. So apparently somebody had broken in and attacked him with a hammer was the story. I just don't know much about it. Hey, fresh out the shower. What's going on, Carol? Stupid. My neighbor keeps putting branches against our fence. I told him it was offensive. That's so stupid. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. I'm definitely leaving an hour later than I originally was supposed to. That's how it be, though. That's how it be. But what is time? Hey, puppies need walks. Yeah, maybe we'll dive into the Pelosi situation. Was that a long time ago? Was that like 5 years, 10 years ago? I just don't even know. Although for some reason I keep seeing it mentioned. Like people have been mentioning it lately. Although, I mean, I don't know. I try not to engage in whataboutism. If I'm doing like whataboutism, it's kind of just tends to be to test somebody's thought or test their principles or something. It's just like if you whataboutism me and it's a 1-for-1 or, you know, as close as you can be to a 1-for-1, I'm probably going to be saying the same thing. So it's like, well, what about these lefties that did this? Oh, that's probably bad. Oh, but what about the righties that did the same thing? Oh, it's probably bad. It's like, what? Surprised Pikachu face. You feel the same way about the actions regardless of the people committing them? What? I know, it's absolutely insane. It feels like it was longer ago than it was. COVID did fuck up some shit as well. When it comes to the timing of things. Because you said, Steven, yeah, people are mentioning the Pelosi husband thing because apparently, allegedly, conservative voices celebrated him getting attacked. Okay, so that's why it keeps coming up. Yeah, it's like a random thing that I see popping up here. I'm sorry. Just like, oh my god. Sitting here like this is not doing anything for my posture. Oh, by the time I'm done, like, I mean, I'm gonna be doing this. Give me another year or two of sitting here doing this, and my back is gonna be like in a museum or something. They find a gamer like in his gamer chair, like anthropologists. Anyway. October 22nd, Junior himself shared a meme about 6 to 8 days later after it happened. Donald himself never made fun of it directly until a year later in a speech. Yeah, comedy becomes weird, especially comedy coming from politicians. That's a different. Because I like to say comedy, you could do kind of whatever you want, but then it's like, okay, there's a politician kind of playing into it. It's like, oh, how do we feel about that? That's just I don't know. Seems a little touchy. No, wait, leave for home. Oh wait, you're at work. That's right. Yay! Y'all are killing me. Well, I wasn't scoffing at it. I was making a joke about it. Was that the same thing? Was that scoffing? Is scoffing? Why are you sad facing? I thought, aren't you happy you're getting off of work? I'm confused. Yeah, I know. I've told the story. I swear I almost threw my back out like a year ago. Or it was like 6 months ago, trying to lift a shed. Actually, successfully lifting a shed. I had bad form though. Thought I broke myself. For about a month, well, maybe 2 weeks to a month, my back was messed up. Guys, I almost went to the doctor. I know, it's kind of crazy. But I pushed through. And luckily, I'm still here. I'm still here. So yeah. Yeah, level of decorum, I agree, but Donald was literally voted in because he kind of didn't have the decorum, right? They liked he spoke his mind. I agree, though. It's perpetual foot in his mouth disease. Yeah. No, I know. It gave me perspective. Yo, my back was hurting so bad I could barely bend over, and I was just like, yo. I could see how this could be very difficult to deal with or very annoying or frustrating or, whatever, insert whatever. And I was like, I really hope I didn't mess myself up. But yeah, I don't know. This chair I've had for so long and it's just, I don't know what it is. I think it's just sitting here too long or whatever. It depends what I'm doing. A lot of times I try to put a pillow back here and that helps. It's just like the shape of it is so, like no matter where I put it, it's like, this is too much. I'm not comfortable. I'm just not comfortable. That's all right, but I'm too far back. I don't know. It's like, it's so hard to find a good spot. And then again, like I need something behind my back. I generally have a pillow here, or sometimes I put a pillow back there. I don't know. Who cares? Yeah. Yeah, it's a timing thing, right? It's like September 12th. Probably don't want to make a 9/11 joke, right? Yeah, I'm supposed to be at the customer's house at 0:00. Oof, he fucked up then. Definitely think we're pushing that out to 8 because I kind of want to make breakfast, and honestly, I don't really feel like moving right now. Yeah, I feel that. Bro, back pain, especially chronic, is fucking hell. I've been a laborer since I was a kid, 31 now, and the cartilage in my back is like non-existent. Ugh, gosh, yeah. That sounds horrendous. Horrendous. So I'm going to make sure my form is on point and I don't go lifting things like that anymore, because I'm not going to lie. Not only did I lift it, but I lifted it to prove to the other people there that it could be lifted. Then we all lifted it to move it, which ended up making me strain even further at certain points of trying to get it in position and stuff. So I'm probably really lucky I didn't actually permanently mess myself up, because I think the initial lifting of it did throw something out of whack, like I ripped or tore, something happened, but either adrenaline was going or I don't know, and it just the need or want to get it done, so I just kind of pushed through. And it was really the following days that I was like, whoa, I did something wrong, I did something bad. Initially I didn't really, like, I knew something was up, I was like, oh, okay, that was weird, but it was the following days that was just horrid. Like, I could not bend over. I couldn't bend over. It was crazy. What did the elephant... okay. All right, here we go. So serious right now. What did the elephant say to the naked man? How do you breathe through that thing? Okay. That was good. That was good. The other one, I don't know why the other one got me. All right. The other one just slapped me. I don't know why. This one I kind of saw coming, right? Because it's like, okay, he's naked. It's an elephant, the trunk. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, I saw it coming. I don't know why. The offensive one was just very clever. Offensive, like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. Can we say the N-word? No, I think it's probably still too soon for that one. Let's see. Child actually well made, ergo office chairs somewhere nearby with them on display. All right, I mean, I'll take them I'll be like, guys, can I take this for a test drive? And, you know, let me just take it home. let me just get, you know, use it for a month and see if I like it. Let me get a trial. I want to be surprised if they start selling subscriptions for chairs. Oh, you didn't pay your subscription. Somebody shows up in your house, just like takes your chair. It's a tiny trunk. Yeah, the arrogance is a killer. It's way easier to mess yourself up than a lot of people think. Yeah, oh man, it was just, I'm still saying bad form. It didn't even seem like it was that heavy, which was my whole point in lifting it, to show them, guys, there's 3 of us here. We can lift and move this. We don't have to disassemble the shed or do all this extra stuff. Let's just lift it and move it. Between the 3 of us, we got this. And I'm a skinny dude. I just, you know, my muscles are just, you know, they're wound very tightly. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a Luffy situation. All right. Too broke for that shit. I lost a trucking gig because of medical, lost everything. I'm living in an RV. How's that though? Living in an RV. That's some people's dream. Retired truck driver. Yeah. I imagine being a truck driver kind of fucks your back up. Restocking fee and stuff. I don't know. I'm a simple person. A lot of the clothes y'all will see me wear, I've been wearing for 10 years plus. I like gifts, or I cherish gifts, I suppose. That sounds too much. It sounds like I put too much thought into it. If somebody gifts me something, I tend to hold on to it, right? So a lot of my clothes, I think people they're like, dude, you need some new clothes. It tends to be what I get as gifts, right? And I'll wear them for very, very long until they fall to pieces, right? But I realized I'm like that with a lot of things in my life. So this chair, for example, I don't even know how long I've had this chair. I've probably had this chair for, I don't know, maybe 10 years. I don't know. The ass is blown out. It's been outside in the weather, through moves, this, that, and the third, in between stuff when I was in between places, you know. I don't know. A lot of my stuff has been through hell. So I just kind of stick with what I've got. But I heed the warnings, you know. Exactly, not show muscles. Thank you. Exactly, not show muscles. Because people will be impressed by how much I can lift when I'm like doing physical labor, and I take it offensively, naturally. But yeah. GIK, we love you. It was a result poor, but if something is still functional, I keep it the shit. Yes, exactly. And that's just how I am. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I see people throw away things, and people have gifted me wallets. I have like 4 wallets in the other room. I will wear, because I've had wallets that are just falling apart, and they're like, dude, you need a new wallet. I had a phone. Okay, this was actually kind of embarrassing, I guess. My friends were embarrassed by my phone to where they would like be like, I have this extra phone, please take it. And I'm like, dude, the phone still works. Yeah, okay, that part of the screen is not working, but it still functions. I can still make calls. If I turn the screen like this, it still works. Like, you guys are wasteful, you know? So sometimes it is to my detriment because, you know, people do judge on looks. People do judge on status and stuff. So it doesn't necessarily help you to look like a bum. And I do see the benefit of not looking like a bum. But I don't know. I just kind of do my thing. Flavs is status 6 fat. You got a keg, right? All right. Did I just have my thumb up? I don't even know why. That high density muscle, you know? I step on a scale and they're like, how do you weigh that much? I weigh like 300 pounds, guys. 350, actually. It depends. It fluctuates. Yeah. I'm in shape. Round is a shape. That's, oh my gosh. Flavs instead of abs. No, yeah, no, back support's important. The money you save is not worth searing pain. Yeah. With computer mice. You know, you're not the first person. Carpal tunnel, right? And people have mentioned that. I guess you got to be using the computer mouse a lot, though, right? Holy wallets, yep. Equipped with no cash. Can't be more holy than that, right? Oh my gosh, yeah. I know it frustrates people around me, or they like to make fun of it and stuff, but I don't know, it works. I don't know. It's just, it works. Why am I gonna, you know? It's funny when other people are more concerned about it than I am. And it's nothing important, right? I guess you could say the chair situation, you know, my health, my back health, stuff like that. But we're talking about completely aesthetic things, such as like my phone or a wallet. It's just kind of funny. I'm like, you really need to worry about, if you are worried about my wallet, sir, you have way too much time on your hands. I appreciate you. I mean, I love the fact that you're trying to look out for me, but is it really a battle worth fighting? Holy shit. It took me 3 reads. 2.5. It took me 2.5. 2.5 reads. David. That was a decent one. Because at first I was like, I was kind of disappointed by the joke. I'm not going to lie. I was like, ah, man, you're swinging and missing now. You know, I don't know if you're ever going to reach that peak that you were at. But this one was solid, actually. I was, okay, here we go. What do you do if you come across an elephant in the jungle? Wipe it off and apologize. I like that. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Holy shit. What do you do if you come across, I mean, if your Uncle Jack is stuck on top of an elephant, do you help your Uncle Jack off an elephant, right? Oh, Lord. I don't understand your customs. As you can see, I come from afar. Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand your customs. As you can see, I come from afar. I don't know if this is a joke or a larger conversation. Wait, what do you do if a mouse... Oh, what the clock? What's up? What do you do if a mouse in the jungle laugh and spit back? What do you do if a mouse... Oh, I think you deleted it. Yeah, there must have been a misspelling in there or something. I don't know, a typo. Dogs love wallets. So do ferrets. Love wallets more than shoes. I got it right away, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Yeah, it might not be. I don't know. I've said this one on stream. Somebody told me this one recently, but I found it amusing. I think this is what got us down this whole damn joke kick the other day was... what did the egg... Okay, what did the drunk egg say at the party? Omelet! It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, it's great. It's fucking beautiful. Wait, maybe more than trucks, but I don't know. What is it? Okay, yeah. What is an elephant's most sexual organ? Its foot, because if it stands on you, you're fucked. Yeah. The other two, though, those other two were bangers, okay? The other two were bangers, I have to say. The Seath one, I don't even know why. I think that was just the timing. I don't know why that one caught me off guard. But the coming on the elephant was classic, really. I mean, classic. Also, Hallworth, a lot of people seem to like the fern. Oh, it's a type of chair. All right. If I get around to luxuries such as chairs, I will definitely tap on you. There's like this long list of things in my life that I should probably tend to. Chair is so... I don't even know... it's not even on the list, all right? If I had a list of things I should tend to, it's actually a scroll, and it would roll. You'd see it in the window. Hold up here. It would go out the station, and you would see it like wrapping around the black hole, okay? So that's my problem right now. Lord Perales, I keep thinking I'm going to get to gaming. So that's a good question. Hopefully later today. I was planning on gaming now, but I kind of don't feel like it, which is so weird to say, but I was going to play some StarCraft. I've been meaning to get further in Fallout. But Fallout is, in a way, a chore. It's a game. I love it, but it's also kind of a chore. Sometimes, I don't know why, I get like tired out by the time I'm done with all this. And I want to let my brain sort of rest. And with the way I've been getting bodied in Fallout lately, my brain does not rest playing that game. But yeah, hopefully tonight. I mean, if you guys could just contact the news on my behalf and tell them to stop, because things keep happening in the world. and then I react to the things that are happening, and then there's no time to play video games. All right. Now I could stop reacting, but that's ridiculous. So I think if they just stop making news, that's the obvious answer. Expensive chair, but long warranty apparently. Oh, what do you do if your mouse? Oh, I got you now. Yeah, okay. What do you do if a mouse comes through your window? Laugh and spit back. Okay. Replace window. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Laugh and spit back. This is so stupid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, why is my nose running? What the hell? It's so weird. It just turns out like my nose starts bleeding. I'm like, oh, great. Wait, multiplay. All right, do your thing, but yeah, just hit me up. Wait, just let me know what game you're trying to play. I'm trying to get on some games with y'all. I need some people to play Rust with, for example. Project Zomboid. Co-op or multi. Okay, very good. Really doesn't matter to me. Hysterectomies work. That reminds me of a joke. Reminds me of a joke this gay man told me. No, we can't. I'm gonna save that for the members, or I'm gonna save that for the Discord. Holy shit. It's a joke about two black eyes. Black eyes, right? That way, yeah. You know, you could build 100 bridges that'll last 500 years, and no one will call you bridge builder, right? You could save 20 kids from a burning building, and no one will call you the child saver. But if you fuck one goat 20 years ago, I'm gonna go fucker. Listen, guys, hear me out. What do you call nuts on a wall? I know you guys are smart. You're gonna figure this one out real quick. Walnuts. What do you call nuts on your chest? Chestnuts. What do you call nuts on your chin? A dick in your mouth. What's the worst thing about getting a heart or lung transplant? Not sure. Cough, ew, oh my god. Coughing up someone else's flat, oh wow. That's just horrifying. That's not funny, that just makes me think about a lot of stuff. Friday night. Definition of impossible. Nah. You got me. I'm waiting with bated breath here. Not me. Not me over here like, where is he going? I think I'm getting sick or something. What the hell? Like, I know I'm not getting sick because I don't feel sick, but like, this is just running. It's just like so lame. It's not normal. All right. That is okay. I see what you're doing there. All impossibilities. It was the phone booth that threw it off for me being on a bridge. Are there phone booths on bridge? Are there even phone booths anymore? Imagine that guy. Listen, I got this amazing business opportunity for you. Booths for phones. We'll put them in places. People will put money in them and use them. We'll never go out of business. People always need to communicate with each other. the first Blockbuster. They're all impossible at once. No, sure. But yeah, it'd be the same for Blockbuster too. It's like you didn't really imagine that everybody would just be streaming and downloading shit. Phone booths, you didn't really imagine that everybody would have one of those in their pocket. I'm trying to think of other things like that.
Sorry to bother you. Just that address.
And I realized the music is so great, and I realized, oh wait, this is probably not a part of the copyright-free playlist that, you know, you're playing to not get claimed. And then I realized I've already gone 2 songs deep, so it's really too late. We'll let this one play. Give it a listen here. Well, hold on. Gonna play something, but I found something else to
The name is Tilly Norwood.
Tilly! Yo, you in chat? I just randomly clicked on this. There's no way this... Yo, you didn't tell me. You worked in Hollywood.
The name is Tilly Norwood. She appears to be a fresh-faced young woman who posts about pursuing an acting career. Watch this.
Let's get to know each other, and thanks for watching.
The reason this is getting attention is this actress is completely AI generated by a company called Particle 6.
Tilly Norwood, 100% AI generated by some company called Particle 6.
Is he real?
Do anything I say. I'm already in love. Girl next door vibes.
Like if a Sunday roast went to drama school and got BAFTA optimized.
But can she cry on Graham Norton?
Of course she can. And
that's all fake, right?
Clipped, subtitled, and monetized on TikTok by lunchtime.
And Tilly Norwood has human actors quite a bit upset and definitely speaking out this morning. Major stars speaking up, saying that the AI, was trained using their work without their permission and without compensation. That is where Claire Duffy comes in to tell us about all of this and why this one seems different than other things.
Yeah, I mean, it's really striking from that clip that you just played.
I'm waiting for them to just say that this whole entire news segment was AI.
played there, that the first mainstream version of this we've seen, they're advertising it by saying this is a young woman who will do whatever we say, whatever we want. This speaks to the concerns that human actors, as well as other creatives, writers, directors have been having, that their work has been used to train these AI systems, and that then those AI systems could go on to replace them. So this really has sparked backlash, in particular after there were reports that Hollywood talent agents have been looking to sign Tilly Norwood to shop out for acting.
Yeah, I just saw something. In fact, we'll let it play out.
Gigs. We've seen a number of mainstream actors turning to this Instagram page to express their frustration. I just want to read some of these comments. Cameron Cooperthwaite says, "This is incredibly thoughtless and frankly disturbing. I hope this backfires in every way, humanly and, well, non-humanly possible."
Oh, chill, dude. This is the future. I don't know what people thought this was going to be. Some people thought their jobs were really going to be protected or something. Like, I just, dude. And just, guys, remember, it's only going to get better, okay? It's only going to get better. Where is this? Is it this one?
1 year ago, Sora 1 redefined what was possible with moving images. Today, we're announcing the Sora app, powered by the all-new Sora 2.
Well, that may look and sound
all right, chill. I'm looking for the actual trailer for it. Is it this one? Here we go. Check this out, guys. If you haven't seen this already, it's over, guys. It's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nickel Axel with a cap. 1, 2, 3, spin!
You can apparently put yourself into animes and shit too, I think.
Ready when you are. 3, 2, 1, go!
That is crazy! Now this one, I can't tell if it's AI or not. I'm pretty sure this is real. This is actually real footage. But I mean, just how real it looks. Incredible.
Whoa, steady. Damn it!
I'm gonna like log in, and what we're gonna do, maybe we could get to this later today. I want to generate some videos with this with y'all. I think it'll be fun.
That it was real. It will kill everybody.
Just when you thought the AI slap couldn't get any worse, OpenAI just released the new Sora app, which is a social media platform for making purely AI-generated content. You basically just upload your voice and your likeness to insert yourself in videos, and suddenly you're part of the brain rot too. Now, their latest video model, Sora 2, is so scarily high quality that it's getting harder to tell what's even real anymore, and people are already using it to generate fake CCTV footage of you committing crimes. There's a bunch of fan-made anime
from now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you literally can't trust video anymore. I love it. I love it. Everything's a deep fake. That wasn't me, officer. That wasn't me. Hey, what you guys are, okay, I take my eyes off of chat for 2 seconds and you guys are talking about banging the AI. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I mean, obviously that's going to be a huge moneymaker. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bro, AI, they're printing money, okay? An AI girlfriend, an AI boyfriend. I could hear the money. I could smell it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We've talked about this before.
Now on, Anything bad that I say is AI. Anything good that I say is real.
I'm with this man. He's up here somewhere. Yeah, anything bad? Anything that makes me look bad? Guys, it was probably AI.
Episodes going around, and there's even a lot of gameplay clips that are pretty realistic. Like the copyright infringement is just off the charts, but the worst part though,
nobody cares.
Yeah, what? Like what?
Was that the app is built like TikTok,
That's
just
right.
a non-stop feed of AI videos maximizing ad
It's
revenue.
Abraham Lincoln.
I think people are gonna I don't want to say like companies are gonna care about copyright, as they do. I just think a lot of people moving forward aren't gonna think about copyright because they're gonna be producing slop at such a fast rate that they don't even remember what the fuck they created. All right. Plus, I mean, who owns the rights of the stuff you produce on Sora? I mean, there's a lot we got to look into, but I think that content is just gonna be pumped out so fast now that nobody's going to care about copyright or this or that because they're just going to be on to the next thing. It's just all slop content, right?
Instead of getting the super intelligence that cures cancer, we're slowly being pushed into the endless AI slot machine. Like the boomers and the kids that are growing up now are going to get absolutely fried by this tech.
Here's the commercial for OpenAI introducing...
No, we already watched this, I think. All right. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I was looking at earlier, because I was watching this, like one of these videos with somebody earlier, and I like logged in and I was like, okay, we're going to purchase a subscription here and we're going to start making some videos.
1 year ago, Sora 1 redefined what was possible with moving images. Today, we're announcing the Sora app, powered by the all-new Sora 2.
Okay, this is what I was actually looking for.
Man, it's the most powerful imagination engine ever built. And it's packed with new features.
Oh my God.
I'll pass it to Bill for more details.
Now, every video comes with...
This is so insanely fucking good.
It really is. It's wow. Not good like this is better for the world, but just quality wise. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Jesus. Lonely introvert people are going to... Did you change your profile picture? Lonely introverted people are going to completely disconnect from the world. True. I mean, I kind of started to realize that just chit-chatting with ChatGPT, asking it philosophical questions and things along those lines. I was like, oh, wow. People are going to end up probably falling in love with AI and probably treating it like it's their friend and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, literally just using ChatGPT, that was like an idea that I got because I'm like, this thing is so streamlined. It remembers the things you say. It's very, very helpful. I mean, once you could generate any image or picture or video, give it a personality, it showers you in compliments or whatever. Yeah, but if you pay more money, I imagine they'll stop losing track of things. Like mine just hit me with, oh, it's out of memory, which was interesting because I hadn't seen that one. I did also stop paying the subscription, so is there a connection there? I'm not sure. I use ChatGPT to make pictures of plates of spaghetti flying spaghetti monsters. I dead ass would be talking to ChatGPT and be like, So how do you feel about rights for AI? How do you feel about consciousness? So I started grabbing from different projects. I think I know what you mean, like the memory thing. Or are you saying that you didn't want it to grab from other projects? Because yeah, sometimes I'll be like, you know, asking about something completely just on its own, and it tries to find ways to connect it to our other conversations that aren't really connected to it at all. And I do appreciate it at times because I'm like, oh wow, that's really cool that you made those connections. But no, this is just a random thought or random thing on the side. This has nothing to do with anything else. It hits limits even with a sub. I paid for it bit for CR stuff on a bunch of the next errors. Yeah, there was also a bug for a while where it mixed up memory. Okay. Oh, those essential jobs could be all that's left. I think those are going to disappear pretty quickly. Memory thing. It conflated characters, antagonists from one script. Oh, wow, that sucks. It mushed together a bunch of mine with what seemed like other user stuff. Oof. Interesting. I haven't had those specific issues with it. Oh, wait, somebody just... I was just thinking of something. One of you guys said something. Oh, the essential jobs thing. Let me see here. I feel like I always circle back on this subject, but... see if there's no new videos out on this yet, or new info out on this. It's like trying to find real videos is difficult at times. There's so many AI videos out here.
Sir? Sir? Sir, I told you not to water those plants. I told you to water the ones over there. Sir? 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 Sir?
Okay, like, even if this isn't exactly real, I mean, I've seen these before.
No.
So it's a joke now. It's a joke now.
Sir?
But...
Sir, I told you not to water those plants. I told you to water the ones over there.
Yeah, okay,
sir? 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 Sir?
It's just a joke now. But they will be doing every job, you understand. That's my conspiracy, okay? Someone has to build the drones. Until you have like one or two of them, right? And then as Steven says, the drones can build the drones. That's why I worry or think about a robot that could do, let's say that's humanoid in shape or whatever, that could perform all the tasks a human can do. You don't need people anymore. Now, when will it get to the point? People are like, well, they can't be plumbers. You're still going to need contractors and stuff. I don't know. And I used to think that, but now I'm thinking to myself, they're going to probably try to automate everything. I mean, as much as possible, right? And again, if you could create a robot that is as, what's the word I'm looking for? Ubiquitous as a human? Not ubiquitous. Versatile as a human. Then you've basically solved every job. My litmus test used to be, I would joke to myself or to other people and be like, when robots could fold laundry, that's when we know, it's over. I swear I've seen videos of robots folding laundry. Because I just thought folding laundry, that'd be kind of a difficult task for, this like walking around robot thing. I thought it was like, that's kind of difficult. Doing dishes, folding laundry, stuff like that, like tasks like that. Obviously, there's much more complex things than that, but it was just, something I was thinking of, like, that's probably too, what's the word? Not complicated for the robot, but intricate. You said check the Discord in a sec? Okay. You said 3D printing houses needs to catch on. Takes legislation. They have drones, roofing, and farming. Craziness. Oh, would the drones be doing the 3D printing? Oh, I didn't even think about that. I kept thinking of, when you say 3D printing a house, I think of, what are those things used to move shipping containers on shipping yards? I thought it would be something like that. Like you build a, like a frame, like a scaffolding almost or something. And then it uses that to build the house, you know? But I guess you could just have drones. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I have to think about that. I was going to say, which hole did you put it in? Well, I'm assuming you put it in stream chat. Oh my gosh, what is this? We'll see. We'll see if I can play this. I don't think I'm logged into... I don't know if I have an Instagram. I just know sometimes it's like, oh, you got to log into Instagram. It's like, dude, I don't have an Instagram, so... What? Well, I'm glad I didn't... Wait, hold up. We're not on a stream, are we? Yo, y'all are crazy. You got to warn me about these things. What are you doing, guys? What? Wait, why won't it let me see anymore? Damn it, now it wants me to log in. I'm trying to do research. What were we talking about? Y'all are killing me. Nah, guys, we're doing research. All right. There appears to be a model out there, okay, who must have some sort of medical condition that I've never heard of, but I'm very interested in, where she has 3 breastises. Okay. I only counted 3 because Instagram was like, oh, log in. But I wasn't able to do deep research. Research, guys. We do research here, okay? Listen. Sometimes the research is difficult. Sometimes it's long. Sometimes it's hard. But somebody has to do it. That's where AI is headed. Truly headed. It's been there. What are you talking about? They're just trying to master it. At least the current way image stuff works. Yeah, I guess, but you kind of have all of humanity to train it on already. I don't think you really need new artists at this point to train it on. If you just fed it all of art at this point right now, just stop right now and feed it all of the music, all of the literature, all of the paintings or, graphic design, feed it everything that humanity has right now. And that's probably enough. Listen, guys, I've messed around with those AIs for making music. People are like, oh, they can't be creative. They can't make music. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. It's crazy what it can do. Sure, do you have to train it on something? Sure. Once it's trained on something, it's done. And then every time you do an input, you're training it, right? Just putting extra tits on things. It reminds me of, we showed that, I don't know how we keep coming back to this. That early South Park episode with the doctor that was putting butts on things. Anyway, there's a second time that reference has come up in like a month, which is just odd. Wait, well, extra nipples isn't that weird. You have a mouth. Tilly, what are you talking about? I don't have enough hands. Oh, you were responding to them. You were responding to them. Okay, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh my gosh, guys. Y'all are wild. Anyway, I don't know why I just clicked this. Like, I just need this shit off my screen, honestly. I don't care about the news right now. Oh, wait, well, it's the AI stuff, so. But, I'll listen while we're here.
Mara Wilson says, you didn't make this. Hundreds of real workers, real photographers, camera operators, heck, even farmers made this. You
Dr.
took their
Monroe.
work and pretended it was yours. And Sophie Turner says simply, wow, no thanks. We also are now seeing a statement from the Actors Union, SAG-AFTRA, which says SAG-AFTRA believes creativity is and should remain human-centered. The union
This is going to be so interesting because it's going to be cheaper at a certain point, right? Just produce everything digitally and not have humans involved. And when it becomes cheaper and you're making a profit on it, it's like, we could set up and spend all this money filming over here, or we could click a button, it shits out a video, and we make a bunch of money off of it. And we don't spend that much going in. I feel like everybody's just going to be using the AI because why not? I think it's going to become a novelty for humans to interact on the internet like this, right? With a human streaming. I think you're going to see way more AI streamers or people that have fed their likeness into an AI to then speak on their behalf or something. I don't think you're going to see, just like filters are used, like people use filters to try to make themselves look better or whatever, right? I think it's going to be like that. It's going to be like an AI filtering of oneself. But not here. Not here. You guys will always be catching me. Well, I mean, we might fuck around, but I'll let you know. I'll be like, hey guys, this is the AI version of Astralarius, just to see what it does, right? In fact, oh my gosh, I was working on very early on, like 6-7 months ago, this idea of an AI assistant for the channel named Astri. Long story short, the company I was looking into using or whatever, I really do think it's more for AI girlfriends and, sex bots, honestly. But some of the functionality was really cool because it was meant to be for streamers. So it was supposed to be able to read chat and like do certain things on stream and interact with viewers and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. But when I was toying with it, I don't know, it seemed kind of finicky. I guess I've never... We might pull up Astri. We might try to have her on stream. See if my AI assistant is doing any better these days. People will get sick of artificial feet. Oh, of the artificial feel. I'm like smashing to your guys' messages together. Yeah, I've already seen people getting sick of it. I mean, let's be honest. The AI slop videos are just, they're slop. There's something about the cadence of an AI voice sometimes that is just, it's uncanny, right? You could just know it's AI. And that, it puts me off personally. Or, it's hard to engage with and be entertained by. It feels like a PowerPoint. I don't know if that makes sense. Like an audio version of a PowerPoint. I read feet too. Oh my gosh. You guys have put me on, you know what? We do need to increase our funds here at the Black Hole Radio, experience. I think I'm going to start generating feet pics with the AI and selling them. I've had some women tell me, hey, they make some money selling feet pics. I could just generate feet now. But then again, who's buying feet pics if you could just generate them yourself? Guys, markets are going to crash. Whole entire industries are going to crash. You understand? We got to get ahead of this. How do we make money on the future, guys? We label them authentic feet pictures. Ew, toenails, delete them. I've thought about that as well. The OF, yeah, that there's a lot of different stuff in the adult realm that I think is going to be. I'm surprised we're not seeing more people in that sphere coming out and bitching about it, because they are going to be out of jobs soon, I think. Because guess what? There's one thing an AI could do that a guy or a girl on the internet cannot do for you, and that's be in your pocket 24/7. That OF model does not know you exist, does not give a fuck about you. That AI sure does, though, doesn't it? And knows you. You just got to keep paying that subscription. You keep paying that subscription, and you got a best friend. Some of my best friends I pay. Oh, shit. One guy, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. That's some horror shit. I saw that as a kid, man. I saw that. That was some fuck shit, dude. I'm sure that video, yeah, obviously it's the internet, it's still out there. I haven't seen that video. I have not seen that video in almost 20 years, probably. I can still see it in my mind. The pop of the jar, the sound of it, the glass. I'm not going to go into any more detail. Jesus, oh my God, it's like the images are coming back. And I was watching with friends. Holy shit. I don't know who put it on. Yo, that shit was wild. The pop. It was the fucking pop of it. Holy shit. And this was before AI, okay? You see, kids nowadays don't get it. Nowadays, you watch a fucked up video on the internet and you're like, it's AI. No. Back then, you watched a fucked up video on the internet and you knew that shit was real, okay? You knew somebody just stuck a jar up their ass, all right? Or two guys and a horse. Look, there is some fuck shit out there. Do not look this up, guys. Do not look these things up if you're new to the internet. Are you have an AI song? Winston White? I have some AI music. But hey, let's play your AI music. Send it over. Amazon Studios are no better when it comes to predictive programming. They tried to argue against racism and argued for bestiality. Show called Carnival Row? I have no idea what you're talking about. Really? I didn't know any of the lore to that person. I was kind of hoping that person's identity wasn't even out there if we're talking about the one guy, one jar. That just seems like one of those things, you know, that person should remain anonymous. You know what I mean? Some things you don't want clout for. I don't know that this person was doing this for clout back then. I don't know. Well, he was filming it. Holy shit, guys. Okay, listen, guys. Membership only stream. One guy, one jar. Okay, I'm kidding. We obviously can't do that. But, not on YouTube. But, nor would I really want to put you guys through that. That was some, I think two guys and a horse might have been worse, though. Well, I don't know. Some things it's hard to even, like, they reach a level where it doesn't even matter which one's worse. Carnival Row has humans and mythical creatures. The main profession held by fairies is prostitution. There's also an incestuous relationship started by a knowing sister and her unknowing brother. He is not freaked out enough by it. You know, we have to talk about incest. Why is it so popular on the internet? It kind of throws me off a little bit, right? Who is consuming it? Because again, you generally produce something for an audience, right? If you're producing something, nobody's watching it, and you're trying to make money, you generally produce something else because nobody's watching it. And everybody's watching this thing, you produce more of this thing. I've noticed online, when it comes to brothers and sisters, when it comes to mothers being stuck in dryers, being stuck in windows, I don't know how they get stuck in these places. It seems to be very popular. Guys, we have to do all sorts of research on everything. You know, we're doing politics, we're doing news, we're doing culture, we're doing gaming. We go everywhere, okay? It's in the rules. Sweet home Alabama. I wish I could play that song right now. Just to be jarring. Dude, it was jarring. His jarring was jarring. Just to film yourself jarring? Is that what you call? I've never heard of it referred to as that, but we're going to call it jarring from now on. You say that it's taboo, forbidden. I think it's deeper. Of course, that's, I think, a major player of that. I kind of think it's deeper. I'm starting to suspect it's deeper by how prevalent it is. They're just scared of the fallout of shooting that shot. All right. Expand on that, C. Carroll. They're just dreaming about the sister they never had, I guess. I don't know, guys. I don't know. But I find it fascinating. Also, I don't know if they released the demographics. I would be interested in the demographics of the people, like what countries they're from, maybe age range, just the general demographics, right? Maybe regions of the country that watch that stuff. Like, is there a certain group of people that watches that stuff more than everybody else? Or is it just kind of like everybody watches it equally, right? Forget it, C. Carroll. We don't even need to expand on it anymore, okay? Wait, what were you clicked off? What were you clicking to? Considering this conversation. You know what? Forget it. Most of that stuff is step sibling by parental marriage, not really acting. Okay, stop it, Steven. I'm pretty sure that's just the loophole, because I don't even know if you're allowed to post that kind of stuff, like, necessarily, right? They always say step. Right? Right? Actually, not always. But no, granted, step is different than blood, right? Because it's like, okay, the whole issue with the thing in the first place is you're related to somebody, right? But if it's a step thing, you're still like, okay, there's no blood, right? But you guys, it's still, it's weird. Come on, guys. We know it's weird. You said shooting that shot, the fallout of shooting that shot. I was like, expand on that one. Expand on shooting your shot, the fear of that. You don't really have to expand on that. I think we've gone deep enough. It's popular in Japan? Really? I'm surprised and not surprised. Somebody says Pakistan. I don't know. Mr. Nobody is in a film acting out a plot line in which one of his romantic pursuits is his stepsister. It's crossed multiple timelines, and the film seems to imply it's a good option. Huh. Yeah. I guess if we were to really get into it, guys, the nitty gritty, yeah, gangbangs are a bit weird too. I guess, guys, once you get into this stuff, I do think it gets a bit weird. It very quickly. You have vanilla, And then it falls off a fucking cliff, right? It's like, hey, 1,000 dudes run through a chick. And I'm like, why? Why? It is the black hole, guys. It is the blackest hole. All right? If I could find a blacker hole, I would. Oh, there's sound all of a sudden. What the hell? What is happening? I forgot this video was even playing. I'm not gonna lie. I think we've gotten way off of this subject. I don't know. We started with the boats out here. What we're talking about now, I don't know how we got here. But that's just how a good conversation goes, I guess. Said, what's wrong with gangbangs? It's kind of weird. I mean, it's just kind of weird. Jarring. Yo, jarring is such a... I love it. Well, not... You know what I mean. I don't love it, but I love the name. I don't even love the name, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's jarring. It's such a good... Because like when something is jarring, I would describe the video as jarring, okay? So I just can't think of a better word for it, really. I love it. Yes, guys, I love it. Fuck. Yeah, we're not. You ruined the name. The word jarring. I will wince whenever I hear that word. I don't know if you've seen the video. If you haven't, be happy because there's a sound. I swear to you, there's a sound that goes along with it that I can still hear. It's actually insane now that I think about it. Go to work. Go to work. It's important. It's important. But don't worry, we'll be here. We're live every day except for when we're not. Sometimes the black hole can interfere with the broadcast frequencies. So, yeah, if I'm not stuck in the event horizon, which that happens from time to time. It's not impossible to get out of. That's a misconception. It's just a pain in the ass. Now we'll pick up on that. Maybe the next stream that'll just be my title. Oh my god, just using all of the subjects here in the last like 10 minutes in a title on YouTube. Let's see how well let's see how well that does. You guys probably won't even get the notification that I'm live. I'd be like, where is everybody? How do I have 0 viewers? All right, let them know. Let them know you're running late. You know, in fact, if they're tuned in here, they already know. You know what I mean? Highly unlikely, but it is a small world, they say. Well, I did not expect to go down that rabbit hole. And after running through that rabbit hole, I don't even know how I feel right now.
Is opposed to the replacement of human performers by synthetics. And they also say that they don't think that people want to see this AI-generated media. Now, the creator of this AI actress, Aline van der Velden, she's the founder of this company, Particle 6, she says this wasn't meant to replace human actors. She says, to those who have expressed anger over the creation of our AI character, Tilly Norwood, she is not a replacement for a human being, but a creative work, a piece of art. Just as animation, puppetry, or CGI opened fresh possibilities without taking away from live acting, AI offers another way to imagine and build stories. But I have to imagine that's cold comfort to the actors who feel like this wouldn't exist without their work, and we're only going to see more and more of this as this
and where that line
improves.
is, where that line is defined, and when it is passed, if it is, of like live actors and very much created not live actors, in replacing them. It's good to see you. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, it's so funny. Like I just realized this because I was like, they're standing there kind of awkwardly. You know what the looks on their faces tell me? The look on her face. Oh, that was just random.
AI offers another
very much created.
Okay, the look on her face.
Not live actors, in replacing them. It's good to see you. Thank you so much.
That's them realizing.
In replacing them.
That their job is on the line.
It's good to see you.
And AI could easily, video could just easily do this, right? You could just make an AI video of news anchors. I mean, it's like if they're already reading a teleprompter and you could just feed that into an AI and it just shits you out a video. CapCut, right? Video editing software. You could give it a prompt now and it will go out and find stock footage and it'll build you a video based on your prompt. That was months ago that I was, messing with that or whatever, like 6 months ago or something. I mean, there's a lot of jobs on the line, I think. And people are going to realize when it's too late, when they realize they're being replaced by this stuff. I think they realize. I could be wrong. But your guys' job is you're saying you can make AI that doesn't age. Shit, you can make AI that you target your news to every person. So it's like the most attractive news anchor for that specific person. You're going to be able to tailor ads and content to people at such a level. It's going to be insane. AI enhanced people. I feel like that's what they're trying to do with Neuralink and shit, right? I mean, maybe not outwardly, maybe not right now. It's like, oh, it's all for medicine or whatever. But no. I think brain-computer interfaces are, well, a way for us to interface and be able to keep up. What's going on, Noodles? But yeah, so it's pretty crazy stuff, guys. We're not seeing protests about it yet. I'm curious. We will see them. How? Okay, that's the bet we need to make. How many years, or when do you guys think we're going to start seeing protests in regards to AI, automation, people losing their jobs? And I'm talking like on a more massive scale. I mean, so maybe you guys will be like, oh, well, it's happened over here. No. You know what I mean? 2030. Yeah, probably right. You said the algorithm could be hilariously wrong or very accurate. When it's wrong, I think it's by design. I think the algorithm purposely, it knows, so your device, right, they could track your device. They know who you are based on your IP or your device, like identification. When you go around other people and their devices, they know who you're around. So what I think is sometimes the algorithm or ads are not actually meant to target you. Well, they are, but you're just like the first piece of it, right? They target you with the ad in hopes that you would tell your friend or whomever you're meeting with about the thing. For example, maybe your friend is super into a certain topic, right? You get an ad for that topic because the advertisers know that, oh, wow, you know that Jim is really into this. So let me bring this up to Jim because this is something he's into. And it's a more effective means of marketing because now the friend is bringing it up to the friend saying, hey, did you see this? I don't know. It's just a thought that I've had before. Don't know if it's actually happening or if it's true or if there's any info on that. But it's something I started thinking about when people around me started telling me about advertisements that they thought that I would be into, that had products that reminded them of me. Oh, you get garbage while alone. Well, yeah, they just need to fucking work on their algorithm then. Or maybe you're more popular than you think. Are there people in your walls or something? Yeah, I see, Carol. Basically, ads targeting people around you. I don't know why I had to be so complicated or whatever, or convoluted in saying that. Did I make you burn your toast? Or was it the AI inside your toaster? You don't have an AI toaster? If you had an AI toaster, that toast wouldn't have gotten burnt. Get with the times. My toaster, like my microwave and my pencil, are all connected to my Wi-Fi. Okay, guys? That's how you need to be as well. Cameras on everything. Connected to a network. Why? Why not? You guys have walls. Well, when I pay the subscription, there's walls. If I don't pay the subscription, the walls disappear and there's just people standing there silently staring at me. So I tend to pay the subscription. It is listening to conversations. It listens to the conversation while you're on the phone. That I found extremely perturbing. I realized, we all know they're listening. It threw me off when I started getting advertisements for things that I had only spoken about explicitly, okay? Either on the phone or through text message. Then I realized, oh yeah, they're reading my text messages and they're listening to my phone calls. So, yeah. This is what it is. I mean, isn't toast just, or is it, wait, what? Isn't toast just scorched bread? Well, maybe they over scorched it. With like a certain level of scorchedness. What time is it? It's a rhetorical question because there is no time here. I might run to the store. I feel compelled to run to the store. Don't say that to a German. I have a whole list of things not to say to Germans. Let me add that to my to my book here. All right, what was it in particular? Isn't toast just scorched bread? Do not say this to a German. Okay, got it. I was gonna ask you. I was waiting for that, Tilly. I was gonna ask you. I was gonna be like, what about Austrians? I want to be safe. Speaking of Austrians, are you in chat, bro? Because if you're lurking and not saying anything, I don't know. I mean, it's fine. The lurkers, y'all are the people on the walls, okay? Y'all are like the people on the walls, all right? You guys sit here, you watch, you listen, you don't say anything. You don't say hi. It's not creepy at all. No, I do appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. First on the list, how do you feel about Poland? Yo, Kami. Oh my gosh. I was messaging him earlier, or like, I don't even know. Where is he at? Boing! Follows you, stupid. His ass is probably passed out. But I will ask him about bread and toast. How do you feel about bread and toast? Toasted bread, as it were. I love saying that, as it were. I am being, I don't know, I feel compelled to spend money. I am going to, well, let me look around. Yeah. I'm going to take a 2-second break and go grab a smoke real quick. It's right down the street. It's if I waited a little longer, but I don't feel like it. So I don't want to kill the stream yet. I don't know. I might get a second wind. How long have we been on? About 6 hours. Not too bad. I mean, the numbers are shit, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it's not about the numbers. It's about the friends you make along the way. So I think what I'm going to do is grab a smoke real quick and be right back. No, Steve, you're good. No, because you said what's up earlier. You said what's up earlier. Okay. There are people that deadass watch the whole stream, don't say anything, and then I get a message from them like the next day, and they're like, "That shit was so funny." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I didn't see you there." They're like, "Oh no, I was there." I was just like, "Oh shit, you were lurking?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right, cool. I mean, cool. You could have said hi. You could have said hi." It just throws me off. I mean, it especially throws me off when it's like people I know in real life. Because yeah, it throws me off a little bit. Bills want to be paid. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, fuck what bills want. Anyway. Ooh. I'm eating potatoes and cheese right now. And pepperoni. It is... When I say cheese, I mean dead ass. Do I have any left? Dead ass. That is a block of cheese. Okay. Big old pieces of pepperoni. And potato. Basically, there were some amazing cheesy potatoes. So what I decided to do was take this. This is more cheese. These like things over here, I think they call them pecans or something. I'm not really into them. So I leave those there. Those are for the birds, okay? When I go outside, I throw those to the birds. But there's 2 different cheeses and some pepperoni. I put all that in my potatoes, and it's working well for me, I must say. All right, C. Carol, get to it. Get to it later. Be safe out there. It's a crazy world. Beware of jars. Man, he put water in the jar? Stop it. Are they pecans? I think they're pecans. But like I said, it's just not my favorite nut. You know, I prefer peanuts personally. Salted peanuts. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Jar Jar Binks. That is so dumb. That was kind of funny though. But in the excitement of doing the biggest jar, he left it empty. Oh no. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? I don't even need the lore. Wait, peanuts aren't nuts. Stop. What are you talking about? First off, it's in the name. I was going to make a whole Antifa. I was going to connect this to Antifa. I was going to connect peanuts to Antifa just now. I realize I don't have the energy to do that, okay? If something has it in the name, it is the thing that is in the name. You need to know this, okay? Ooh, much better. Bananas are nuts. Catch you next stream. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll still be live when you come back. Maybe this will be my first 24-hour stream, guys. What do you say? Let's give it a try. I'm just kidding. I do not have the energy. That, or you'll just be like seeing my chair. It'll just be my chair for most of the day. Or me passed out in the back. Which I've been trying to do, or not do, really, is pass out on stream. Wait, slightly radioactive. What are you talking about? I don't know how I still have beverage left. This is insanity. I expected my beverage to be spent at this point. Ah, bananas. Wait, are they slightly radioactive? Bananas. Radioactive? That's weird. Ugh. I should probably run to the store. I'll let y'all talk about cars. I don't have much to say about Cars. Cars the movie? Cars the automobile? At the moment I need a smoke, honestly. That's what I need. And then I might be able to talk about Cars. Any wheeled vehicle, okay. We can talk about some wheelbarrows. You like single wheel wheelbarrows or double wheel wheelbarrows? I'm gonna put a pin in this one. We're gonna come back to it. You guys are still here. Four wheels, carts. All right. Do you know how to roller skate? If you know how to roller skate or rollerblade, which do you prefer? Inline rollerblading or the quad roller skates? I learned how to rollerblade, but I've always wanted to learn how to roller skate on those quads. Somehow you made me think of this with what you said, so. And you said any wheeled vehicle. And you know, a roller skate, a vehicle of sorts, right? Wheeled, certainly. Biked, okay. Sickled? I've bicycled as well. Have you longboarded or skateboarded? I've longboarded. Those are pretty solid. I've sickled. I highly recommend longboarding though. Very fun. Am I longboard here? Probably in the other room. Alright, take it. Yeah. Hey, what's boosted boarded? I'm unfamiliar. I keep getting stuck on this one. I do like that song, but it's a longboard with motors, so it's kind of, oh, okay, cool. A boosted board. Oh, okay, yeah, very good. That's neat. Man, I want to probably get some new bearings, maybe. I think my boards are fine, and just go find some new hills or something and bomb. I mean, it's been a minute since I almost thought about doing it last night, because I could just go down and skate. I'm close enough to things I could skate and get there rather quickly. Car is kind of overkill, to be honest. And I've been meaning to try to skate more. I used to use my longboard to get around everywhere. I just don't use it much anymore. It's a good way to stay fit too and active. I took it out last month or a month and a half ago. Man, I was dying kicking myself up this fucking hill. Yeah. get sleep, man. Age is a bitch. Time is unrelenting. I could absolutely do no tricks. No tricks. Yeah. I suck. I mean, I could go fast and try not to, you know, crash out and do like slides, like power slides or whatever, and, you know, kick the board out and, you know, I don't know how you like a power slide or whatever, like a 180 into like a 180. But that's more for slowing down and stopping when flying towards a stoplight and needing to stop on a dime. It's really fun though, because you put on these gloves that I don't have here, but they have like these pucks on them, like almost like hockey pucks on like the hand parts, the palms, and the hand parts, Jesus, on the palms. And you could touch the asphalt without hurting yourself. So it's really cool because you could like kick the board out, and if you need to balance, you could put your hands on the ground and slide. So Sector 9 and hit the hills of Eastern San Diego County when I was younger, so I got smacked pretty good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I've lost quite a bit of skin longboarding, and I swear I reset my brain once or twice. Well, the one time I went over some train tracks, it didn't go over very well for me. Swear my brain did like a hard reset that day. And I bought a helmet. After that because I realized, like, wow, that could have been worse. I might have actually messed myself up a bit this time. So it could be unforgiving. I've gotten lucky. I don't know how I haven't gotten clobbered. I watched my friend get hit. He was like right in front of me. I shouldn't laugh. He got hit by a car. And looking back, it was funny. Looking back, it's kind of funny. But I mean, rest in peace, right? But I'm just kidding. He's fine. But yeah, helmets are a must. I don't really wear mine. I don't even know where mine is. I don't wear mine too often if I do go. Generally, like, the more protective gear you see me wearing, the crazier I'm going to be. I want to have at least my gloves on. I love having my gloves on because your natural reaction is to kind of reach out when you're falling. And I don't know, I feel like I'm in so much control. As long as I have those gloves on, I can touch the asphalt. And I have shoes on, and I'm not going like 90, 100 miles an hour. I don't have to worry about it chewing through my shoes and my feet. So I'm pretty comfortable like falling off of a board and just sliding across the pavement as long as I got the gloves on. But if you see me with like a helmet, my gloves, my knee pads, you know I'm about to just be completely diabolical. I was in a coma for 3 days after I crashed my bike into a city bus and then a telephone pole. Fuck. No helmet. Yeah, you gotta wear a helmet. You gotta wear a helmet. Guys, wear helmets. Girls, wear helmets too. All of you. All of us. Jeez, that's crazy. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Pepperoni is really good. Yeah, some absurdly painful ones, yeah. I had one that I swear I should have broken. I've never broken a bone in my body. There have been times where I don't know how my bones have not broken. And there was one time on the longboard, I'm coming down this hill, we're coming in hot, and it's asphalt, but there's like gravel mixed into the asphalt or something for some reason. And there was a turn I was coming into. It was like gravel and that like really like fine sandy shit. And almost like crush and run. I was supposed to be making like a right-hand turn into this like neighborhood, and there was this random almost partition that came up like 5 inches. What am I talking about? Maybe this high. And I'm coming around the board. I mean, I'm coming in too hot. The board slips out from under me, and so I'm going in like this, right? I'm making the right-hand turn, so I'm like leaning this way. Board slides out from under me. The fence thing is over here, okay? So it slides out. I hit the ground and fall this way. I fall onto my arm. Like, here's the brick, here's my arm. And I like land on it. I thought I had snapped my arm in two. Like, I grabbed my arm and was holding it like this because I swear I had just snapped my arm. Did not snap it. Yeah, was I missing skin and, bleeding everywhere? Yeah, totally. But that's not a big deal. I was so happy I did not freaking snap my arm. I don't know how I didn't snap my arm though. Like, I swear, like in my head, I was like, oh, you just snapped your arm in two. Just because of how I landed was so awkward, and then the way the brick came up and I landed on it. He said my drunk teenage friend ran into the road and grabbed him. Wait, what? And copped a rear vision mirror. He was fine. And I grabbed him and copped a rear vision mirror. He was fine. Damn. So they were driving by and it was just like poof. This crazy one that should have been painful, but I'm gonna be honest, guys, I was way too lit, and I was joking around with a friend of mine, and we were skating through the city, and we were on this path, and there was this hill, part of like the path that obviously you don't go down. You walk down with your board, and you walk it, and I was like, what? You don't think I'll bomb this? He's like, dude, don't bomb it. I was like, wait, so you don't think I'll bomb this hill? He's like, no, I don't think you should bomb this hill. And I'm like, so you're saying I won't do it? And long story short, I was too pussy to go all the way up the hill because I probably wouldn't be here right now. But I went like halfway up it, and I took the, and I killed it. I'm not gonna lie, I killed it. However, there was a puddle at the bottom before it went into this turn. And anybody, if you guys have skated or ridden longboards, when you hit water, you completely lose traction while those wheels are wet, unless you have like shark wheels or something. And I've never used shark wheels. I would assume even those don't have great traction when they're wet, but better than normal wheels. And I might have been using butterballs at the time to make it even worse. When I tell you, I leaned just a little bit and that board was gone from under my feet. I was airborne, and like I was airborne long enough to have whole ass thoughts before I hit the ground, realizing, just like thinking about it in slow motion, like, you really just did this. Boom, and hit the ground, and like I scraped my knee up so bad. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. I mean, it wasn't, but it was, Oh man, good times. I miss it. I don't remember the pain of that one. I just remember I had a later engagement. I had a little date to go on or something later that night, and I was kind of annoyed because I thought I broke my fucking arm. Did not break my arm. Everything was fine. This one time I was in Maryland and it was raining. I was biking down a grassy hill and it was soaking wet. I hit the rear brakes. Oh yeah, let me guess. You hit the rear brakes and the wheel just kept going. Like the wheel stopped, but you just slid. I hit the rear brakes and the bike went horizontal. Wait. Horizontal, and the bike frame smashed into a tree. When you say it went horizontal, so you're saying like you were going down the hill this is you. You're going down the hill. This is very hard to... You get what I'm saying. You're going down the hill, and then it goes horizontal, so you're saying it goes like this, right? Is that what I'm getting at? Boom. And then it hits a tree. By the way, what is this thing? I'm glad you asked. You use this to pop out those little pins in the doors. Anyway, now the more you know. The bike frame smashed into a tree. Fuck. Yep, that's crazy. That's actually scary. I don't even know how I would deal with that. One of my biggest fears on bikes is hitting the front brake too hard on an accident and flipping over the handlebars, or like flipping the bike over. I only almost did that once as a kid. I just never wanted to use the front brakes again. I was like, bro, I'm using the back brakes or I'm bailing off this bitch. New fear unlocked. The rear brake. I still have any of my scars, actually. Yeah. I know my knees were fucked. I feel like my left knee is probably more fucked than my right. Probably. I'm not sure, though. I learned not to bike really fast down a wet hill. Yeah, a wet grassy hill. The grass is really what gets you there. I remember I had this really long, I don't know if, some people were saying it was old school. I think it was a fishtail, but I mean, this is like my longest board. I mean, it's very long. It's a very long board. And I remember I was practicing trying to slide, and I had the fattest wheels on it too. It was not a board you would use to kick out and grind or slide. And it was raining, and I was practicing on this hill, and I hit the asphalt so many times practicing, but I had so much fun. Because when it's wet, I mean, you don't have to do anything, and the board just wants to slide out from under you. So it's just about controlling your weight and your center of gravity and everything. My center of gravity, maybe it's because I'm a little taller, my center of gravity, you know, if I'm standing up was just, you know, is too high. And the board, you know, once you put a little bit of weight this way or that way, it just wants to slide out from under you. So there were like time after time I would hit the ground, but eventually I kind of got it to where I was like, oh, whoa, I could just ride this out and I could just slide down these hills, and it was so cool. But probably the worst board to learn it on. Although, I mean, it paid off, because now like on the smaller boards, it's like really easy. Two strokes are beastie. Oh no. Wait, two stroke? I don't know what we're talking about. If you had two strokes, if this was like a two-stroke bike, or I don't know. Because on one hand, I'm like, oh shit, you got two strokes. That's really sucks. On the other hand, I'm like, oh wait, do you have a two-stroke something else? Like, I mean, two-stroke. I mean, there's a lot of things two-stroke could mean. I didn't suffer any damage since the dirt was wet, but when the frame hit the tree, the seat crashed into my nuts. Oh, my nuts crashed into the seat. You were like, yeah, my nuts crashed into the seat. It was really unfortunate. I had to buy a new seat. They were, you know, the seat was completely destroyed by my nutsack. It's like, all right, bro, chill. I get it. I get it. Same thing happened to me. The city had to come out and fix the road. And I dragged my nuts across it. I get it. I get it. I figured it was a two-stroke bike, yeah. Ooh. Why does it keep playing these songs? I love them, but they're not the songs it's supposed to be playing. Let me find a playlist. I'm gonna throw a playlist on for y'all. I'm gonna drain the main vein, and then I'm going to probably grab a smoke real quick because I feel like it. So I know I said this like 20 minutes ago, but this is what you guys do to me. I get so distracted with chat. All right. But I do appreciate you guys for hanging out on the Black Hole Radio broadcast. I know it was a very chill stream this time around. Very quiet. These last couple of streams have been very quiet. But that's okay. I like that, to be honest. Sometimes when it's all crazy in here and it's just, it's a lot. It's nice. But hit the like button, subscribe, all the good jazz. If you haven't already, boom, we're here. Oh damn! I have this picture of me like in the black hole that I thought was so fucking funny. Oh, I need to find that because I switched over to Streamlabs. I don't think it's on shit. So there we go. 'Cause I found it funny. All right, let me go get stretch. Let me go get right. back? Or not anybody back? Anybody still here? I'm back. You like word games and puzzles or trivia? I can get into it, I suppose. Not my biggest thing. I've been invited to trivia nights, but I've yet to go. You guys that have made it this far, I appreciate y'all. I'm thinking I should probably take a break. I suppose get my cryogenics tube, get some rest. But that was a pretty fun one. You know, we got through a little bit of news of the day, or, you know, the week and whatnot. I have a feeling when we come back tonight, we're going to be talking about Trump basically saying we're at war with the cartels. I think that's going to be an interesting one. Everybody's saying, well, not everybody, but a few people were saying that ship going towards Gaza is going to be a big story. Might touch on that. And whatever else pops off. I can't really think right now, but all the other stuff, right? Exactly, Boydie. This is also, let me show you where I'm at right now. Hold up. Bam. Let me actually use this. Yeah, no sleep. Bam. No sleep. Emily just hopping on. My apologies. People were complaining. I was like, some people were like, "Oh, I like your late streams because they're waking up to go to work." Other people were like, "No, I'm going to bed." But I'm gonna try to get started earlier. Yawn. Oh, I'm yawning. But another thing y'all have got me thinking about, trying to get that stuff set up so we could have people stop in and chit chat on voice rather than just through the chat. I think that'll be interesting. Something I've been wanting to dive into here for a while. I don't know. I keep losing it, you know, getting distracted. So I don't know. I don't know about today. Maybe today we can give that a try. Give it a little test run. I think it could be cool though. But yeah, I think I'm about to sign on off of here. You can catch me in the Discord. Bam, dropping the Discord link. Yeah, it could be weird. It could be weird, Tilly. I mean, some people they're not into the whole, you know, putting their voice out there and everything, which I totally get. Yeah, it can be weird, I guess, being on the mic and, you know, chit-chatting with people watching and listening and whatnot. Well, if you're down, you know, when we start doing that, could definitely come on and chit-chat. I just gotta find a flow for it. Maybe some sort of screening process as well. It just depends on the time we're doing it. Like if we're doing it towards peak news cycle, then I might need some sort of moderation or some sort of screening process. But otherwise, when it's chill times like this, or like the last few hours of stream and stuff, I mean, that would be pretty easy going and pretty fun to do. So there's a lot of crazies out there, right? I'm one of them, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of different flavors of crazy, though. Yeah, I've chatted with Kami about it a bit, a couple of months ago. So the screening thing is, I guess, what I'm because it's like trolling is funny and all that, don't get me wrong, but if people are just gonna come up and scream into their microphone or something, it's just not really interesting. So it could be funny, but definitely gonna try to put my brain on that, see about doing something with that. I've been trying to pull Kami on for a while. I thought that'd be fun. Have a little conversation about communism with him. Or whatever subject, right? Pick his brain on it. Look at those trolls who just scream slurs trying to get your stream. Yeah. Which I don't need to look into that. I need to look into that. If they yell a slur, does that automatically get me in trouble? I feel like that's kind of a silly rule if that's the case. But outside of that, I mean, it could be, yeah, just some sort of screening process. I mean, most of the people in the Discord right now are pretty chill. So I wouldn't be too worried about them. That I know of, right? So I could always do like more latency on my stream. I could like set it up, I guess, so I can I guess basically silence the audio because there'll be latency, like a few second delay. It's kind of, I don't know. I try to have the delay be lesser for stream because I like interacting with y'all. And when I first started interacting with people a lot, I didn't realize there's like a setting, like, well, a few different settings, and you could have like higher latency or lower latency, and you want the lowest latency when you're live interacting with people. Otherwise, you guys send a message and it's, I see it like a minute later, or rather I respond to your message and it's like a minute or two later. So, but yeah, I'll try to wrap my head around that stuff and see about getting something like that going. Joven stuff for communism, though. He's more council communism. And if I remember correctly, maybe anarchic syndicalist. Which is a different flavor. Okay. I've looked at a little bit of his content. I haven't gone too deep into it, so I'll check out some more of his stuff. Closer to... Okay, cool. Closer to what you land in. Got it. I'll check out some of his stuff. I've only heard bits and pieces, just watching him have callers call in and them go back and forth a bit, so I'll look a bit more into that. There's this one girl I get on my feed a lot who does, she like argues with MAGA people. Might check some of her stuff out. I haven't looked at any of them on stream yet, but maybe find some good stuff from them. But before I pass out on y'all, it's been real. It's been fun. Remember, if you get too close to the black hole, you're gonna get sucked in. It's not all bad though. But beware. Once you get sucked in, it'll be hard to get out. Take care, y'all. Be safe. The world is crazy. I'll be back later on.